Day 2 of the 2017 Grand Chess Tour here in Paris. The best players on the planet tried to calm their nerves after a wild first day where mistakes seemed to come at a rapid pace. The newest member of the 2800 Club, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, played fantastic chess, winning 2 out of 3 games in crushing style to end the day in sole possession of 3rd place. World champion Magnus Carlsen also won 2 games in dominating style, but had to hold off his main rival Hikaru Nakamura to keep a slim lead over the resourceful American going into the 3rd day of competition. It's time to decide who will earn bragging rights as the king of rapids. Day 3, live from Paris, starts right now. Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue à Paris. Hello everyone and welcome to Paris. It's summertime and the action is heating up on the 3rd and final day of the Rapids. For more thrills, spills, and exciting action, we're going to take you to the studio with Jovanka, Yasser, and Cristian.
Hello and good morning from the studio in St. Louis Chess Club. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and as always, it's a pleasure to be here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Good morning, Jovi. What a day we
had in store. What a day! Yes, and we saw yesterday, day 2 took off exactly where day 1 left off. We had brilliancies, we had heartbreaks.
Indeed, we did. Thrills and spills. Well, where do we stand?
Yes, let's have a look. So, in the lead, with a 1-point lead, we have Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen with 10 points out of 12, and he's closely followed by Hikaru Nakamura on 9 points out of 12. And in 3rd place, we have Shakhriyar Mamediyarov with 8. And, of course, the heartbreak, as we'll keep on mentioning, he didn't manage to pull himself out of the cellar, but Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana with 1 point.
Yeah, all the world's worst luck is on his shoulders.
Yes,
Isn't it terrible?
Yes.
But let's take a look at our last day of Rapids and the format.
Yeah, so this is our last day of Rapid Chess, and we'll have 3 rounds played at 25 minutes plus 10-second delay. And we mustn't forget that this is the last day where a win will count for 2 points and a draw 1 point. And tomorrow, if you think it was hot now, it's going to get hotter.
Exactly.
We'll have the blitz chess, so we'll have 18 rounds of 5 minutes plus 3-second delay. So that's 9 rounds per day.
Exactly. And what are the pairings for today, round 7?
Well, we can already see there's some juicy ones. Well, my pick is Magnus Carlsen versus Sergei Karyakin. I just wonder whether Sergei, the World Championship contender last year, can finally get his revenge on Magnus.
Exactly, repeat of the World Championship match. I'm looking at that. I mean, Etienne back row, he's had the target on his back, but Shaq is in such an important place in the leaderboard. He's gonna need to win with black to keep pace.
And he's been playing some amazing chess, so I think this is a good matchup. He's been very well prepared, and I think this is a great pairing for him.
All right, well, we've got a lot of excitement ahead.
Yes. And as always, we're joined in the studio by our Grandmaster analyst, Cristian Chirila, who's going to take us through his thoughts on today's events.
Thanks, guys, and good morning, everyone. What an exciting day 2 there in Paris. We've seen Magnus Carlsen with a lot of confidence. He's playing pure chess, dominant style. Let's see the road ahead that he has for today. Round 7, he plays against Karyakin. A pretty difficult round. Round 8 against Caruana. Caruana definitely has a target on his back. Round 9 versus back row, the lowest rated player in the event. So he's definitely having quite an easy schedule for today compared to the previous rounds. Let's see what Nakamura, who's still in striking distance, road ahead looks like. In round 7, he plays against Bashir Lagrave, a difficult opponent, very strong rapid player. Round 8 versus Grandmaster Wesley So, last year's winner, and round 9 against Topalov. Very difficult day for Nakamura. So we'll see if he manages to bridge the gap with Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you. And in the middle of the action in Paris, we have Maurice. He's going to tell us all about how everyone's feeling after yesterday's emotional day.
Well, hello, everyone. We're here in Paris where the heat wave has finally broken. It's decidedly cooler. Everyone's outside enjoying this nice weather now. But the players, no such luck. They will have to be in the studio fighting it out where the chess is just heating up every single round. And there's some players who are really showing what they can do. First of all, Shakhriyar Mamediyarov, if not for one mistake against Magnus Carlsen, he would be tied for first right now. He has been playing great chess, and he's going to try to prove that he is someone to contend with, even more so as he gets the luckless Frenchman Etienne Bacrot in this round. And then the next player who is just simply a brilliant rapid or blitz player, Hikaru Nakamura, the winner from last year. He has just been incredibly slippery, difficult man to beat. He has lost no game so far in the competition. We'll see whether or not Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be the pride of France today and take down Hikaru. And absolutely the class of the event, Magnus Carlsen. This guy looks so smooth, so cool as the other side of the pillow, as one of my great commentators used to say. He is up against his nemesis from the World Championship. It is Sergei Karyakin, who will try to somehow stop the Magnus train. He has just simply been unbeatable so far. We have some great matchups in this round and other rounds to come as we will decide who the king of rapids is, and we'll bring you the action live here in Paris.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yes.
The other side of the pillow, huh?
I wonder who said that one.
That's nice. That's
Yes.
nice. Well, I'm telling you, Jovanka, when you put the tournament into context, 19 out of the 30 games have been decisive. And at the elite level, you just don't see that number of victories. If you get a 50-50 split, 50% of the games are decisive, 50% of the games are drawn, you've had a swashbuckling, bloodied event. This is something you don't see.
Different, and even if we think about the rating performance of our top three, it's, I think Magnus is performing at over 3,000 rating. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
And then Hikaru not far behind with 2,900 something performance, and also Shaq. So this is something unusual. This is something unusual.
And there we have, from the TV studio in Paris, Canal Plus has put together this really nice room for the players. We saw Wesley actually wearing sunglasses for the first time in the previous rounds. Probably to do with the well-lit studio that the players, and there you see Wesley about to face off against a former world champion, one of the most dynamic players the chess world has ever seen.
I love one thing I really like to do is I really like to observe the players' body language, like who's nervous, who's not nervous. Wesley, in a good mood, he is very happy, I think. And Topolov, perhaps I would say, he's not had a great tournament so far.
No, he's an uneven result, but Veselin really doesn't pride himself on being a great rapid player, great blitz player, but always so dangerous at any given game, black or white. He's a headhunter.
And after losing 3 games like he did yesterday, I think he's
he's
ready to do something.
Come back. And there you see the world champion Magnus
Carlsen
strutting
in.
Yes, exactly. Jacket comes on, and Sergei Karyakin.
Business. This is the thing with Magnus. Back to business. This is
So with the body language of Magnus, what did you just see? Confidence.
Confidence. He's in control. He knows it. He knows this. If you look at Sergei, on the other hand, Sergei just...
Yes. Well, calm, cool, and collected.
Calm and cool and collected, but somehow... Let's move over to Paris, where we'll meet Romain Édouard.
Well, we are with the not-so-secret agent anymore, Grandmaster Romain Édouard from France yourself. You must have been enjoying this competition so far. It's happening in Paris. What are your thoughts about the first 2 days of action?
I think it was as expected. Some very big fights, many great games, also many blunders. But I think really good chess for such a short time control. The favorites are playing extremely well. Magnus is playing extremely well. I'm really enjoying it so far, and I think it's the same for you.
Absolutely. It's been great here in Paris, and we'll be bringing all the analysis as the games are set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice and Édouard. Well, I tell you, the players getting into the game zone, right? You're reflecting on what kind of position you've been preparing for particular opponents. Remember, they have to play 3 games today, so in their preparations, they have to take into account, you know, there are 3 opponents, not just the one, not just
the first one, and of course it's their last day of rapid.
Exactly. So
I think the rapid somehow counts more for pride.
Yeah, but these are important bragging rights,
of course,
and
yes.
I'm telling that there we see the start of play, and MVL, the French flag bearer, up against number 2 in the tournament thus far, Hikaru Nakamura, and the Joko piano again is being essayed by these 2 players, and look how quickly they're just going along. That 10-second delay. Nobody's bothering about the delay.
Of course, it doesn't matter, does it?
No,
at
this point.
A4.
A4.
Very trendy move.
Indeed.
Will we see a bishop g5?
No. A rook e1. And now Hikaru finally pauses. Well, let's take a look at some of the positions on our board. I'm going to go to, as the webcam there. I love these shots, by the way. I just have the feeling I almost peeking in on the players, looking over their shoulders.
No, I love the studio ambience as well. There's so many lights there. I mean, looking at pictures from the internet, you can see that it is a real studio.
Absolutely.
It must be very unusual for the players. So let's have a look at any potential.
Well, I'm just on my board. I'm looking at the game between Magnus and Sergei. As we mentioned, it's a rematch of their World Championship match that was played in New York City, and once more a Joko piano. This time with H3, not with C3. And let me just update my board by flipping back and forth. And the players have moved very quickly.
Yes.
So, H2, H3, D5, knight takes, A4. Okay, again, such a very trendy line, and F7, F6. Not the first move that you think of, because I always like to say that grandmasters are loath to put their pieces into pinned positions, and an absolute pin. The move F7, F6, however, does fortify this pawn on E5, and black is ready with bishop E6 to break the pin. Knight D2 was played, and we're up to date with the players as Sergei goes into his first thing.
Yes, must be a new move, knight BD2.
Knight BD2. I'm not sure I'm all that thrilled about what white has done. Christian, what are your thoughts? Is this F6
First of all, let's remember what happened in November of 2016 during their World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen completely destroyed Karyakin in the rapid portion, and he's been beating him since. He definitely has a huge psychological edge over his rival, and these are the type of positions Magnus Carlsen enjoys squeezing. Slow maneuvering, very nuanced positions, and we'll see if Karyakin can rise to the occasion. From what I see in this position, very, very interesting move order. H3, we spot that black didn't play D6 yet, and he's playing D5 in one move. So he's saving a tempo because white, instead of C3, he played the move H3. E takes D5, knight takes D5, A4, very interesting move. My guess is that in the future, perhaps he's going to try to expand on the queen side, play A5 if black allows it, and then at the right moment, C3, queen B3 or C3, B4, take control over the queen side, and then put as much pressure as possible on his opponent. Knight BD2, bishop E6. I do like the move F6 because it solidifies the center. And you know, as a grandmaster, obviously it's a little bit dangerous to open up this diagonal, but you have to do what you have to do.
All right, yes. Christian, but you know, F6 has repercussions as well. After the move knight B2, bishop E6, knight B3, attacking the bishop on c5. You don't want to drop back to b6
no.
square because a4, a5 will end up trapping the bishop.
In general, you would love to have the rook on e8 so that you can withdraw your bishop all the way to f8.
Precisely. The rook on e8 would be much better placed as the bishop would drop all the way back. We saw that
yes.
Magnus and Wesley.
Yes, no, I'm a little bit concerned about the softening of the E line. I'm thinking in terms of rook e1, followed by, let's break it, you know, f6, e5 is a little bit too comfortable for me. I need to break that one up for the d4.
Right, with precisely, with Jovi, precisely. The move f7, f6, the drawback is that the bishop on e6 lacks protection. So after a move like rook e1, the threat is very severe. The threat is to play d3, d4,
yep.
and after, for example, a move like queen d7, d4 nonetheless. And, well, let's just see, is this anything special or not? We could take, force the bishop to drop back. White enjoys a little bit better coordination with the pieces, but can he make anything special out of it?
Something like queen f3.
Queen f3.
Queen f3.
Very logical move.
Jump in with the knight to f5, you know.
Some
maybe
combinative
C6.
Ideas. Okay.
Actually, I will play bishop c5.
Rook e8, let's say.
Okay.
Knight here. We've got to be a little bit careful. Careless would be to allow threat of checkmate.
Not quite now.
Because of rook e8. Oh, that was not good. Good morning, good morning. Good morning.
Some moves have been played, yes.
Okay, let's take a look at what has been played. I'm going to just refresh the board by going to another game. We'll come back to that one in a moment. Oh. Now this is very intriguing. So rook e1 was played. King h8. Bishop d2, a move I'm not quite sure I understand, and bishop g8.
Probably there's some indirect threats, like after d4, maybe there's a knight jumping into tactical possibilities, like knight to e3 or...
Knight to c3.
Or knight to c3, yes.
Well, knight c3 I can... If knight c3, I can just move my queen and protect my...
Yes.
Oh, but then you've got e4. No. But knight e3 would win the two bishops. Cagey move, that king h8. So that there's not a bishop takes e6. And maybe something like this, Magnus didn't feel comfortable allowing the loss of his two bishops. That was why he didn't break right away. He instead played bishop d2. And now this move I like a lot. This retreating move. And
it's an interesting piece.
Is very safe.
It's an interesting piece configuration on the queen side because you know, earlier Cristian mentioned this idea of, you know, c3, a5, push on the queen side, push the pawns. Right. And with the knight on b3, it's a little bit strange because you kind of, I feel like White is hedging his bets on getting d4. Otherwise, what is the knight doing?
Precisely. It feels to me like the knight is misplaced, and I'm not a big fan of Magnus's opening position, and if I was Sergei, I'd be feeling very confident. Cristian.
He did play d4 in that position, by the way.
He did finally break with the move d4.
He played d4, yes.
Well,
it seems to me that he's still in his preparation, Yasser.
That is to say, Magnus is still in his preparation?
Yes, I think Magnus is definitely still in his preparation.
Well, I must say, I don't see the inspiration for White's position at this moment. I think that Sergei is going to be happy with the outcome of the opening. What other games have caught your attention, Cristian?
Let's look at Vachier versus Nakamura, because we have a very, very similar opening, the same Gioco Piano, but Vachier decided to play with c3, d3, the usual setup. Still, he played with a4, grabbing center on this side. The bishop remains on c4. This is very important for the moment. Rook e1, bishop a7, h3, knight e7, d4. So this allows us to retreat the bishop on f1 if we want. We're going to see that he didn't necessarily want to do that. Bishop b3, the knight goes to either to c4, either to f1, and then goes to e3 to put pressure on the d5 and f5 squares. Bishop to c2. We remember the game between, I think, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen from yesterday, when Wesley actually allowed Black to exchange the bishops, and he didn't fare very well afterwards.
Yeah, Magnus had
I
an easy
prefer
game.
usually the retreat with bishop c2 because it protects the center very well, it keeps more pieces on the board, and once again it defends these very, very important d3 squares in case these two pawns get exchanged. So the queen will never be able to jump to d3 and force a queen swap. h6 was played, knight g1, e takes d4. I don't understand this decision from Nakamura. Releasing the tension in general is not a good sign. And after c takes d4, d5, e5, knight to e4, I think this is the position. No, actually, white played knight f, d2. And Nakamura is having some difficulties. If you don't manage to preserve this knight on e4, and it doesn't look like you're going to be able to, what are your good pieces? Your bishop on a7 is very weak. The knight on g6, it doesn't have a lot of, it doesn't have a bright future, and yeah, white's position seems dominant for the moment.
Okay,
Yes.
just in that position, that final position that you had shown, one of the things you were saying, what about the pieces? I'm looking at this bishop on a7. It's kind of like a guarded missile, as it's in its silo and it's eyeballing that d4 square, the d4 pawn, pardon me. The d4 pawn is only protected by the knight on f3. Maybe knight h4 to mix things up and going...
In this position, knight h4.
Yeah, something like that. Because, you know, Hikaru is not just going to sit back and let white build up a very dominant position, as you were mentioning.
Yes.
He's going to try to, you know,
Okay, let's say I just
mix
take.
it up.
Mix it up. Also, I was thinking, it's just this kind of position is very similar to some Sicilians, where you put a knight on e4, and normally they also mix it up with c5. You know,
You're right.
I'm not sure it really works here because of the bishop on c2.
That's exactly.
He
But,
did play
played-
f5 to solidify that knight on e4,
Yes.
but that's a very
No,
dangerous
I think he
move.
played bishop f5.
Bishop f5.
Bishop
Ah,
f5, yes.
Bishop f5.
Correct. Actually, f5 would have been a terrible move, I think.
Yes.
Because after e takes f6,
Yeah.
knight
Exactly.
takes f6,
Yep.
the knight on g6 is hanging.
Yes.
Right.
So, bishop f5, a
Well-
good move, but what if I just take your pawn?
That's the key question.
That's the question.
What's the idea?
I guess what he is going to claim is some sort of strategical compensation due
Is
to the
there
fact of these light squares in the center.
Is there not a tactical issue with knight takes? Is there no knight takes? Oh, no,
I think
there
it's-
isn't. No, there's not.
I think this is what Hikaru is planning to
Yes.
do.
But
Queen d3,
I'm-
rook a d8, maybe c5 at the right moment and try to open up the dark square bishop.
I'm very doubtful about the compensation. Just to continue the position, queen c2.
Queen c2.
After,
Then let's say something like rook a d8.
okay, and something like, I don't know, bishop d2 or b4.
Actually, rook a d8 is a mistake. Yasser, can you find Jovi?
Oh, putting me on the spot.
It's not a.
It's early in the morning.
It's not a tactic. It's not a tactic.
A rook a
Just try to solidify your position.
Rook g4. What?
b4.
Yes.
Yes.
b4.
Stopping c5.
Because c5 is Black's main idea in this position. He needs to open up this bishop.
Yes.
If
Right.
this bishop remains locked, after a5, bishop b2 or bishop e3, White's position is going to be dominant. Rook g4 perhaps, even start an attack on the king side. And Black is going to be a pawn down, and the initiative is going to be in White's hands.
Well, is this idle speculation, or has Hikaru prepared this pawn sacrifices? Sure strikes
Yes.
me as dubious.
Well, if we go back to the moment after rook takes e4, I feel that there's some
There's some
underlying. There
immediate
must be some.
idea.
I'm
Well,
immediate
let's-
because the queens are opposite each other. I mean,
So this is after
want-
the move bishop
I feel that
f5.
there's some.
MVL looking, what's about this pawn? Queen d5 feels right, doesn't
Your queen
it?
d5. I'm just
Okay.
wondering whether there's any
Queens. Oh, well, the one thing
any immediate.
Yeah, your eye, like mine,
Is
is
looking at-
attracted to the fact that this pawn on e5 is temporarily pinned, and you're thinking, can I grab this pawn?
Well,
But
this is not possible.
unfortunately,
No,
it's
this
just
is
not possible.
That's not possible. But I was wondering whether I can.
Well, you got to be quick because Queen B3 is coming.
I think Queen D5 is
Queen
good.
D5, okay, Queen D5.
Queen
But then
C2.
you have
With
to
Queen
be
C2 and then maybe C5.
extremely fast
I
with
would
breaking
want
point.
to go C5.
Yeah, because this team, you cannot allow white's pawns on D4 to E5 to remain, so you got to break up the team. And I think C5 might just give enough compensation, but Hikaru gambling early in the game here. Let's go over to Paris and check in on Maurice and Édouard.
Let's see whether Romain can provide us with some more top secret information.
Indeed.
Well, unfortunately, it's just me, guys, but I just wanted to take a quick chat about this position here. Magnus opened up the game with this move D4, and clearly he has a little bit more space. He's got 4 pieces well coordinated, but this bishop will count for black as well. What I was intrigued by, I walked from our commentary area into the playing hall, and I saw Karyakin get up from the board and stroll around in this position. He got up and he walked around, looked at some positions, different positions he saw that he was interested in, what's happening on other boards. Everyone else was firmly in their seats, but he just felt like, I think I'm okay, no problem. Let me go have a stroll. Even during a rapid game against the world champion, he seems very relaxed at the moment with his position.
Maurice.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that.
Just getting
I
up
like
from
that,
the
you know,
board,
show a little bit of disrespect to the world champion.
But me personally, I always liked it when my opponent got up from the board because I figured, you know, I could make a move and their clock would be ticking. And, well, 25 minutes sure runs fast.
It does, yes. It is very rare, I have to say, in 25 minutes to get up and
walk around.
And wander around.
But let's see why he's so confident. After this move, Queen F3, it's 3-3, a very balanced pawn structure. It's all about piece positioning and piece play. Black's king is very safe, despite having played a slightly weakening move F7, F6.
Well, the pawn structure is very symmetrical. There's no immediate imbalances, although F6 can be somewhat weakening because it allows allows white some control over the F5 square, but
if there's
E6.
if there's any weaknesses in the position, but there's no clear targets. After a move like Rook F8, as we all know, rooks crave open files. So this move, Rook F8, just prepares to challenge the file. Magnus, it's not on pre yet, but Magnus has to keep an eye that the pawn on A4 doesn't get snapped off. And if you play a move like Rook D1, let's just put some moves on the board. Bishop F8. I see a lot of trades in the immediate future of the chopping block on along the E file.
Yes, I agree. But for the time being, you have to resolve your knight on D5. It's a little bit.
Well, Cristian mentioned that
when the time comes, the time has to come C6 before you start challenging
to solidify it
on the E line.
I'm wondering how Magnus is going to put
any on D5, isn't it?
Any pressure on his opponent. Let's go to around the horn and just look at some games that are going on. Very important game for our number 3, our 3rd place player at the moment, Shaq. He essayed a Caro Kann,
which is
2 knights Caro Kann out of the opening and gave up the 2 bishops, but got easy play. Knight A4. That looks a little strange. Okay, and the players quickly have gotten to a position where 2 sets of minor pieces have been traded. Normally the 2 bishops are a slight plus for white.
It is a slight plus for white, especially if I think black really depends on his strong knight. But let's go over to Maurice and Romain now in Paris.
Yes, with Romain, the games have just begun, certainly, but I'm going to put my partner on the spot a little bit and see if he can give me some predictions. Romain, we have this game between Etienne Bacrot, your countryman, and Mamedyarov, who's been playing really well. Given the opening right now, what would be your prediction about this position? Who's going to win or draw?
I think it's going to be a draw. I mean, I think Etienne is quite wise to play a solid opening. Now he got into some ending where black doesn't really have winning chances. He has a bishop pair, is slightly better. You can just slowly push the position without any risk, and I think it's a dream against Mamedyarov, who is in extremely good shape in this tournament.
All right, we got this one as a draw. Let's go to the next one where we have Alexander Grischuk, who's been playing quite well so far, at least getting some good results. He's at +1, I believe. Fabiano Caruana, not so much. This is the only game so far where there have been no trades at all. The entire board is extremely rich right now. I know this is early. What are your thoughts about this game?
Indeed.
Prediction.
My prediction is that White is going to win that game. Well, this kind of position is quite difficult to play as Black. I mean, you're the one to take all the decisions. White is very solid. He has more space, and well, he has easy moves. He will just play knight f2, and at some moment, Black should decide either to take on e5 or to play f5. But for example, if he tries to play f5 to be solid, then White is going to, at some moment, play g4 and open the Black king. And it is not so easy for Black to do something on this side. So my prediction is that this is not a fun position to play when you're in bad shape.
Terrible for Caruana if he loses yet another game. That just unbelievable. I mean, I picked him to be in the top 3 in this tournament, and to see my countryman going down like this is not a lot of fun at all. Next game, we see the world champion playing against Sergei Karyakin. This one, it's heating up a little bit right now. There's a rook on e4. It's not every day a rook lands on e4 in the opening. What are your thoughts about who's going to win this one?
Well, my initial thought was that Magnus would win, but now the position looks quite dry, and, well, indeed, White has a little bit more space, and the rook on e4 is very nice. On the other hand, the Black king is very safe. The bishop on g8 is wonderful, and, well, it looks to me like Black is going to remove the bishop from e7. There will be many exchanges. Magnus is going to push, but, well, it is, I think, probable that this is going to be a draw.
All right, that would be a good result for Nakamura in that he's trying to keep up with Magnus. So him, of course, the rest of the field, in fact, would want to see Magnus only draw with the white pieces. If we go down a little bit now, we see Wesley So versus Topalov, two players who are kind of feeling their way. Wesley's not out of it by any means, as a matter of fact. He's lost that one game to Magnus. And this one looks rich. 2 bishops for white. Well, maybe it feels like the 2 bishops, even though Black has it as well. But there seems to be some pressure here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, this is some pressure. Of course, Black is very near. I mean, if you could manage, of course, at some point to take on e4, then it would just be completely fine. So White is trying to hold the pressure and is trying to keep the queens on board as long as possible. Now he cannot no longer play a move like bishop f2 because of knight d2. But I think he's going to try to delay the queen exchange as much as possible and to put some pressure. Maybe the next moves will be rook e1 or maybe b3 here. And well,
prediction.
I think Wesley will win that game.
Another win. Okay.
Yeah.
And finally, the game that our analysts have been looking at in the studio in St. Louis, MVL, your countryman versus Hikaru Nakamura. Looks like White's ahead by a pawn. Well, he is up a pawn.
He is.
But how's this one going to play out?
Well, there is some compensation. Not full compensation, but some compensation. Well, my initial prediction was that Maxim would win, but it's a little bit contradictory because now he's better, but I think we will save this game.
All right. Well, we've got those 5 predictions. We'll see whether or not our French analyst here remains perfect. He's been great for us so far.
A prediction of a lot of decisive games. I didn't see it that.
I have some questions about those predictions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it was a moment. The French, I was going to ask a question on the Grischuk game, because it's a very complicated position, because one of the things is when I was playing white, is I wanted to know what would happen if black just went f5, you know, close it all down, and then it suddenly, what would white do, you know, because we mentioned a lot of attacking possibilities, but if black just simply goes f5.
Right, and in the French defense, this move f7, f6 is a kind of a feint. Black is suggesting that he may be capturing on e5, may be capturing on d4, but you're absolutely right. A key defensive resource in a lot of these positions is just play f5 and gumming up the whole board.
Yes.
And it's very hard for
it's incredibly,
breakthroughs.
and often I find that after at the right time some c takes d, the fact that it's black who then can play c takes d4
and use the c
and
file
use the
as
c
well.
file and use squares, you know, can you capture with. I wasn't as confident as Romain.
Exactly.
Yes.
Cristian, your thoughts? How did you like those predictions?
Well, I'm not so sure about what Romain is talking about. In this position, especially between Vashier and Nakamura, these moves have been played, rook e1, rook d8, c5, d takes c5, bishop c5, and now, indeed, white had to find very, very precise variation in order to maintain his material advantage, and he did find it. He played the move, bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, queen to b3, attacking the b7 pawn. Now if you take, I exchange everything, I take on b7, and that's far from over. That's definitely not draw. The material is limited, but that's going to be a long night for Nakamura. Instead of that, this is the position we have on the board. Nakamura has to play queen d5. Now, white shouldn't trade queens because after rook takes d5, the rooks are very active. The e5 pawn is no longer going to be protected, and black is just going to snatch that, equalize, and that's it, game over, draw. Instead of that, white has to play queen b4, maintain pressure on b7, and I'm not really sure how Nakamura is going to regain his pawn in this position.
All right, yes, indeed. That's
interesting.
That's the question. I mean, sometimes you
and I think queen d5 was played on the board.
Wow. Guys, we have an enormous development in the Magnus Carlsen-Sergei Karyakin game.
Yep.
Because rook e4, h4, how exciting. Well, let's see what happened in Paris. What do they think of that move?
In Paris.
Well, we are definitely in shock about this move by Magnus. We know he didn't want to trade. Edouard, you said this is going to be some trades on the e-file. It's going to be boring. It's just a draw. And Magnus decided, not a chance. I want to play rook h4 and keep the game going. There are no threats. No way you break through on h7. The bishop is guarding it. What is on the world champion's mind?
I think he believes that he's better than everybody with his pieces, so he just wants to keep as many as possible. As simple as this.
This is incredible. I mean, this looks like a move you would say to anyone, what are you doing? Why would you give up this file? As a matter of fact, Sergei immediately played the move rook to e5 and now looking to bring his other rook to the e line. I mean, this is the kind of move that you think this piece could somehow get offside and you might find yourself down almost a rook out of the action. It just seems very hard to believe he would play this move.
Yeah, on the other hand, the rook on h4 is quite nice because it's putting some pressure on h7, which is, for the moment, not very concrete. But, of course, black would probably have liked one day to remove the knight from d5 to exchange even more pieces. Now it is no longer so easy to do it because if you exchange this bishop, well, we don't know what is going to happen with the h7 pawn. So this is, I think, some kind of prophylactic move. He doesn't want to exchange the pieces. The rook is also defending the knight on d4, which is not so bad.
I'm sorry, I got to stop you. I've got to stop you. Seriously? Yes. I mean, the guy's going to attack with bishop c5 and double rooks? How is this going to work at all?
No, I think his plan is not to attack right now. His plan is just to, it is just some prophylactics, I think. He just wants to, well, if these bishops gets exchanged, then something may happen on the black king.
But how's he going to drive the knight off of d5? It doesn't seem possible.
Well, I don't think rook h4 is objectively a very threatening move, but for a rapid game, he just wants to keep the pieces on the board. And okay, let's see what Karyakin is doing.
All right, you know, I don't know what the French word is for malarkey, but he's dishing it right now. It looks like rook h4 is a bad move to me, guys. What do you think?
I'm with you 100%, Maurice. I'm a classicist. I'm not supposed to decentralize your pieces like you just played.
But I'm all in favor for some excitement. You know, I understand that. But I mean, is it really so bad? I mean, if I just retreat my bishop to d3, you know.
Yes, bishop to d3. That look, you're eyeballing this h7.
Eyeballing.
But it's so weird that this bishop sits so comfortably on g8. It's very hard for me to see exactly any breakthroughs.
I'm thinking of some kickbacks, you know, like
kickbacks,
like I mean, okay,
C4.
Okay, but I'm just
sure. Let's just have a look. See,
I'm sure you can be more sophisticated about this attack.
No. Sometimes you just got to go and play the most powerful moves. So C4, there's a. How do we say it in British parlance?
There's a traffic jam, yes.
And Cristian, you've got a different game on your board, but Cristian, things heating up in round 7.
I simply don't understand what's happening with Fabi. Once again, he finds himself in a very, very difficult situation. In this position, after c takes d4, black played knight b6. What is this knight doing on b6? These knights look like they're stepping on each other's feet. One of them could go to c4, the other one could go to b3. The problem is, whenever you put this knight on b3, I have the move bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and then queen d3. So this square on b3 is mined. White played knight f2, very nice move. He's preparing to go knight h3, knight f4, or knight h3, knight g5. Look at white's pieces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attackers around black's king. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 pieces on the queen side. As Maurice was mentioning yesterday, split the board in twice. This side is black's, but he doesn't have any targets. This side is white, and the black king will get checkmated.
Nice. By the way, huge development just taking place in the game between MVL and Hikaru Nakamura.
We've seen some material imbalance now.
Absolutely. We had left it just at these parts where Cristian had mentioned the move Queen B4 as keeping the pressure. MVL played Queen E3 with a very purposeful idea. He wants to win black's queen for the 2 rooks. Normally the 2 rooks are happy, but let's take a look. When the queen is facing the 2 rooks, one of the most important aspects of the queen is vis-a-vis the opponent's king.
Yes.
If the opponent's king is vulnerable, then we tend to prefer the queen over the 2 rooks. Queen check to b3, king h7, and now breaking up black's pawn shield.
I have to mention slightly earlier is that it wasn't possible for black, for Hikaru to take the pawn on e5. Because
this exact moment?
So, no, after
F6?
After, yes.
Rook
no, take queen takes here. And now, okay, looks like you can snaffle up that pawn and be happy, but...
Oops.
Oops.
There's a double attack.
There is.
Keep in mind that rook on d1 and king on g8.
The king is on an open diagonal.
Cristian.
Huge developments, as you mentioned in Nakamura's game. In this position, Hikaru chose to play f6, which is a big mistake. Instead of that, he should have taken on e5, knight takes e5, and now f6. But this is not the type of position you want to play in a rapid game. You're going to suffer for a very long time after f4, f takes e5, f takes e5, rook takes e6, double up on the e file, put pressure on the e5 pawn. But white is going to manage to defend that pawn. I'm going to double up as well, rook e2, rook e1, and then it's just going to be a 100 moves game. And I'm just going to keep on pressing till you crack. Instead of that, after f6, things went fast and furious really quick, and at the final position, white is having a huge edge. After g4, put the knight on f5, and once again, we realize the knight and the queen, they work out very well together.
Yeah, lovely combination.
Lovely combination, and those pawns, those weak pawns on the king side with f6.
About the king position, and Hikaru in second place in the tournament, really feeling the heat in this round.
Oh.
Intriguing. I loved your move, by the way, Cristian, g4. I mean, knights demand outposts, and as we know, an f5 outpost for the knight is
Knights
sweet.
love outposts.
But knight e6.
Play knight e6, which is not a bad move.
It's not? Because it's kind of like hanging in midair. What is MVL aspiring for?
His threat, I think, is f4 and then try to push f5.
And if I go rook
e7?
Rook, yeah.
Just to knock this knight backwards? Rook e7, there's no... Well, maybe I don't. I mean, do you want to go deeper into black's camp? I'm
going to go knight d8.
Knight d8.
I want to hunt your pawns.
I'm just wondering whether I can also threaten some fun with rook e2.
Yes,
I think you have to.
I think it's time actually.
But after rook e2, I really like queen b6, attacking both f6 and preserving my attack on b7.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, so but things are tricky somehow here.
A nice defender and attacker.
Yes, that is true. That is true. Wow. Definitely a great round. And shall we go back to Paris just to invite the boys into the action?
Yep.
Well, some insane stuff. Insane, that's a good word. Craziness, let's put it that way, going on in the game between Magnus and Karyakin, at least in the variations. and we were looking at some moves. First of all, in this position, we were talking about Magnus playing this rook h4, and I was certainly disrespecting my colleague here as he mentioned, maybe there's some stuff happening on this side. Well, at least there was one prophylaxis against this move, rook to e8, because bishop g6 would suddenly appear on the board, and if you move the rook away, suddenly this queen is ganging up on the h-pawn, and you're like, whoa, how did this happen? There's some pressure, definite pressure here for white. But take a look at this variation we've been looking at after rook to d8. This move, knight back to e2. And now the knight is thinking maybe someday I'll show up on this side of the board. And now this variation that we both laughed at, which was pretty miraculous to see happen, bishop to c3, which is a surprising move, knight takes. And you were about to take back until the engine said knight f4. This is pretty crazy stuff.
This is a fantastic line, especially what's coming now, because you remember when Magnus played knight c8 against Wesley, Wesley missed this incredible move, knight f6 check, and now computer is showing that the best move is knight e2 check. So I found it pretty similar, and the continuation is pretty crazy that at the queen e2, black has only one move to save the game.
Yeah, look at this. Rook takes queen is impossible because of knight g6, mate on the board, and the correct move by the engine in this position is bishop to f7, allowing this to happen. King g8, you want a crazy position. This one is sick, but Magnus, being a positional player, decided to go not this route. He played another way, and let's take a look at how he did play after rook to d8. He played bishop f5, queen to e8, and now queen d3, and he's insisting this rook is the man. The unfortunate fact, though, is the engines are screaming that this does not work because of g5, and apparently he's just simply busted. And this position is bad for white. This rook is showing to be a bad square. Is the world champion lost? This is insane. I think you guys want to take a look at this back in the studio.
Well,
wow.
thank you,
Yes,
Maurice.
definitely.
I mean,
Whoa.
we call Sergei the Minister of
The
Defense,
defense, yeah.
and he has been thrown on the defensive, but he's got to find this very bold move, g5.
Which I think is...
Well, it's
I
certainly...
think it's certainly something that you consider, because that rook on h4 is misplaced, and if you can exchange it off, okay.
Or win it.
Or win it. Win it.
Much better.
G5 is
Christian.
Well, Yasser, both Nakamura, both the leaders, Nakamura and Carlsen, are in deep trouble. In this position, Nakamura, after knight e6, very, very intelligent move. He played the move b5, huge blunder. If white would have found f4, rook to f5, queen to c2, now we see all these black pieces clapped up on this diagonal. After rook d5, you go knight f8, queen takes g6, or knight takes g6. This is just simply game over. Instead of that, after b5, he played a takes b5, rook takes b5, queen c2. Still, you're having big problems on this diagonal. I'm trying to play maybe h4, knight f4, f5, or g4. Instead of that, Nakamura played f5, closing up this diagonal. And in this position, unfortunately for Vashier, he didn't find this very powerful move, g4, opening up the diagonal and killing the game instantly. If both Carlsen and Nakamura lose, and then we have Alex Grishchuk, Mamediyarov perhaps winning, that's going to be a heated race.
Suddenly it'll be crowded at the top.
And this is the road ahead for Hikaru.
Yes.
He's obviously in trouble with MDL. Then he gets Wesley
Then he gets
So.
Wesley So, not an easy pairing, and then...
Our Grandchester champion and U.S. champion with the white pieces, and he finishes with a former world champion.
Topalov, who, as we know, can play brilliant chess.
Yes.
So...
But Magnus is supposed to have had the easier schedule. He
yes,
gets to
on paper he has...
And the final two games he's playing against, sorry to say, the Salar Dwellers, Sariwan and back row. So you'd think on paper, Magnus in pole position coming into this final day.
Yes, and cruising. And also I would have said the same about round 7, because after defeating Sergei last year in November, he's also had very good results against him this year as well. So...
Norway.
I did think that Sergei was becoming a bit of a customer for...
A little bit. Well, let's just take a look at that game of Shak Mamediyarov, because, again, he has been playing some scintillating chess. He's up against Etienne Bacrot. Etienne, with the two bishops, very solid position as white. This has more of a draw flavor.
But I like what Shak is doing. I feel that this...
With these pawn break
with
kind
those
of
pawns,
levers, C5 or E5.
I'm just thinking if you if you reroute the bishop.
And
Yep.
Big
Cristian.
developments in the game between the world champion and Karyakin. In this position, g5 would have been the right move. But once again, this is a computer move. It's not as easy to calculate absolutely everything after that. For example, rook e4, you have to see this move, knight f4, bishop f4, g takes f4. And in this position, white's pieces are simply not coordinated, but you didn't win any material immediately. So assessing this position from far away is not easy at all, especially with low time on your clock. Instead of that, Karyakin blundered with the move knight to e7, and after bishop takes h7, which was played in the game, rook to h5, this position is just lights out almost for Karyakin. After rook takes h5, queen takes h5, I exchange, king takes g8, and then I can just simply move my queen all the way to e4. Pawn up, Magnus is just cruising to victory. What a change of events.
wow.
Look at his face.
And you see Sergey realizing
What did
that he's
he
missed.
miss?
I'm
What?
not sure because
I mean, what would he
knight
have-
e7,
knight is
bishop
such
takes h7 is so straight. Maybe he had rook takes d4 in mind. That's
Yeah,
the
he
only.
must- that's the
Let's just
only-
take a look at that. I mean, I'm sure he and the players are moving quickly, so we're just going to step back just to that crucial moment where knight e7 was put on the board. I'm sure he had rook takes d4 as his tactic.
Yeah,
He wants
yes.
to distract the rook so he could take on h7.
Then maybe bishop e4.
Bishop e4 check. That's a nasty one because the king has nowhere to go. You have to put the bishop in the way.
you can go,
Now
yeah.
we can take the rook.
Or
we
you
can
can
take the
go
bishop
rook
first.
h5.
We can go rook
It's-
h5, but it's
Rook takes
simply
h5,
h5.
queen takes h5,
Everything
and then queen
happens with
takes
check.
e4.
Everything goes, and it just is an exchange. So a tactical mistake by Sergey. Let's go to Paris.
go to
and
Paris.
what turnarounds we're seeing. Maurice.
Yeah, we're shocked here for sure. And Cristian, we've got to disagree with you. This move, g5, if this rook moves away from e4, yes, knight f4 is completely winning for black. That's something he might have had to see if he was trying to win the game. But if he was trying to draw the game, he just trades rooks, right? And who cares? This is not a problem for black's position. Black is still going to be very active with the rook on the D line, and all the pieces are good.
Exactly, or he may play any other move. It is very weird. Also, instead of, well, if he doesn't like the move g5, because he doesn't see this move knight f4, he may also here decide to play, for example, h6. And I don't think there would be any special problem for black. So it is pretty crazy to just blunder this h7 pawn.
Incredible. Crazy is right, but now he's going to go down in flames, and that's why he's upset about what's happened. And Magnus, hey, he's shown himself now to be a gambler. Maybe he should go to Vegas and start betting some money because he just stole this one for sure.
And we, by the way, we have a result, our first result of round 7.
And Shaq has drawn against back row. So as Romain and Maurice predicted, a draw did in fact appear.
Well, that's 1 for 5
Yes.
so far. Just taking a quick look at the game between Wesley So and Veselin Topalov. It's a rook ending of 2 versus 2, and you would normally say it's a draw, but Veselin just has to be a bit careful that he doesn't end up blowing his
Yes.
g7 pawn. But he
But,
does have this pass pawn. I suspect it's a draw.
I think it's a draw, yeah.
But
Yeah,
too
sorry.
many exciting things are happening in the other games for us to pay attention to.
The
Cristian.
game between Wesley and Topalov will end in just a few minutes, seconds, if so. It's a draw. Very easy draw for both sides. But we have this position between Grischuk and Caruana. Again, Grischuk is focusing all his forces on the king side, while Caruana is focusing his strongest defender, the queen, on the queen side, attacking the d4 pawn, paralyzing the knight on f3 for the moment. But at the right time, I'm just going to perhaps sacrifice on g6. How are you going to defend that pawn? Again, I don't see black's plan. I feel white is slowly going to improve his position and at the right moment find the decisive blow, while black simply cannot do anything. He doesn't have any active counterplay.
Yes.
Thank you, Cristian. I must say that in the old days, we would just say simply count the pieces. And I'm looking at the black king, and I'm seeing a rook and a bishop defending. And I'm looking at white's pieces. I see Double
Yes,
rooks on the double
like
barrel
they
rooks
say,
on the f-file. Knight's coming to g5. And
Yes.
the really weird part going on in this game, not just the position, is look at Alexander Grishuk. What did he do? Have a body change? He has nearly 9 minutes on his clock versus Fabi's
We're
3
usually
minutes.
used to seeing
The
him
opposite.
11 seconds, you know.
Yeah, 14.
For 14 seconds,
That
yes.
seems to be the magic number.
But,
Sorry,
yes.
Jovi,
I agree
love
with you. I agree. As you simply play this
He's-
game of attackers versus defenders, and you can see that White
just-
has got.
everything is being
Everything.
targeted on the king side. Now, the one thing that I must say that Fabi has in his favor is he's eyeballing the d4 pawn, so the immediate knight g5, which
Not
normally,
Not anymore. A takes b4, queen takes b4 has been played.
Ah,
A
okay.
takes b4, queen takes b4. Well,
And
then
now
you got to look at bishop
Then
takes g6 and
Fabi
knight
is toast.
gone. Knight
Knight h g5.
knight
H5,
h
that
H5.
makes more sense.
bringing the guy that's a
That's
little
not-
bit offsides. I was hoping, I was being greedy. I wanted to put the knight on f4 the
Okay.
other night.
Yeah,
But knight
okay.
g5 just
Well, you can see
eyeballing
like
the,
knight takes. We have sacrifices such as knight takes h7.
as well as
as
knight
well.
takes e6 is simply snipping a pawn.
One thing I'm worried.
This looks terrible.
One thing I'm worried. Grishuk has 9 minutes on his clock. I'm worried about that. He's not in his comfort zone. He should go down to 10 seconds and then he's going to win smoothly.
I like.
But
I liked his interview where he discussed the chances. You know, as is, of course, he's in his standard 15 seconds, but his opponent had 10 minutes, and then he had 5 minutes, and he
minutes.
kind of said, "Well, you know."
Yeah. Now I'm feeling my chances.
now,
As soon as he
yes.
gets down to 2 and 1.
It's funny because as soon as he said, as soon as he had 5 minutes, I was assessing my winning chances.
Right. At 10, it would be a draw.
also,
But-
when you have so many winning possibilities, it's very difficult to make a decision. So I expect Grishuk to actually drop at least to 5 minutes for this move, because this is a very, very critical moment in the position. Knight hg5, a very attacking move, has to be played, and if he finds that, it's just simply game over.
And is there a defense to something like knight takes h7? So say you defend the e6 pawn because
With
Queen
the
b6,
same
let's
queen
say.
b6, and say now I went
Knight takes h7.
Knight takes h7.
Let's go for
Let's
it.
go.
King takes h7.
And then
Knight
knight
g5.
g5
Knight
check.
g5 check. Very
Oh.
nice idea, by the way. Bishop takes g5.
Queen.
h5 check.
And it
Thanks
is-
to the pin, you can't take the queen.
Is there something
I
But
think knight
you-
h4 is actually more precise.
more precise than
Oh,
yes?
that is
Yeah, because it occurred to
clever.
me that maybe he didn't have to.
Yeah, have to capture
didn't
the
have
knight.
to capture.
And-
It's not the 18th century where you were
Yes,
obliged,
you're obliged.
to accept.
Yes, but queen h5 on tap, knight takes g6 on tap. And
Oh.
again, bishop on b7, knight on c4, rook on c8 are not protecting the monarch on h7, and this is terrible. I mean,
it
it's
looks
nothing to
very
discuss.
standard.
Yeah, this just looks like overwhelming overkill, actually, on the
Yes,
king side.
and I really feel the sad thing is that I think this is relatively easy to find as whites.
Without question. And by the way, this is a kind of position that Fabiano as white is so good at building up these attacks and making it look
knight
easy.
H-G5 played.
Knight on h to g5, and Fabiano is just
Yeah.
thinking to himself,
What the-
why did I
Why am
accept
I
my
jinxed?"
tournament, this tournament invitation? I mean, it is really, really tragic what we're seeing.
He's unrecognizable. This is a career-defining moment for him, in my opinion. I mean, if he cannot bounce back from this, it's going to be a very, very rough year.
It's a confidence-shattering
Yeah.
result
Yes. But they also-
when everything goes wrong like this, George.
Yes, but they also say that somehow when you have a terrible tournament, the luck changes immediately afterwards, and you'll. Often
You
these
get rid of all the sins in one event, yeah?
Exactly, or sometimes these terrible tournaments, they happen because perhaps you're changing your style, and you just need to suffer a little bit, and then it will click. So
Right.
I'm hoping that this is just a
Temporary blip, huh?
a blip, yeah.
Let's
because
see let's see if Magnus, our tournament leader and world champion, is reeling home the point. We had left it, he had just basically cashed in on the king side. He had won a pawn, snipped the pawn on h7, and after the move c7, c5, he played the move queen b3 check to get out of the pin in order to move his knight. Queen d5, c4, and Magnus, nice extra pawn. Looks good. Looks good.
Nice.
And let's just review a miracle magic of our video.
No.
This is the moment where Sergei realized that his intended rook takes d4 just didn't work, and he ended up
I love
accepting
the
loss
frown.
of
I
it.
love the frown and the
The
shake
pawn.
of the head. It's like,
Yeah.
goodness me, you can just see.
One of the most annoying players I've ever had to face was Anatoly Karpov. He never gave you a tell like that. He would just play the move rook h5 as if it was all part of the master plan.
I think that's the best thing to
blueprint.
do. The best thing to do is just to kind of no tell, no shows. Because, I mean, it's a great news for your opponent when you see your opponents
Shaking their head, you know, like-
I once had this guy, it was a completely normal position, and he was shaking his head, shaking. And I was thinking, okay, well, I'm happy.
I'm happy. Christian.
He's not the Minister of Defense for nothing. In this position, he found the move knight to f5, very powerful move, because after knight takes c4, white is still winning, but this is getting pretty complicated. Bishop takes e5, rook takes b2, okay.
And they're
Okay,
blitzing
they're
Christian.
blitzing out the moves.
Yes,
So
I
let's
think
find-
they blitz out the moves, exactly the moves that we have on the board.
They
Yes.
don't believe in using that 10-second delay. They're
No.
playing a la tempo as if they're already in blitz mode.
Well, they both have 4 minutes. They want to preserve some time for the last few moves,
But
right?
10 seconds is 10 seconds. I mean, they don't have that internal clock.
Well, remember, it's a very unusual time control.
25 plus the 10
25
DI.
plus 10-second delay. You know, it's very rare that we go and play these. Like, I mean, I know in the UK they're called lightning chess. You know, when the buzzer goes,
Yeah, then you
everyone
make your
moves,
move.
then you make
Yeah.
your move. I think realistically they wouldn't have practiced like that. You know.
No, only in the UK.
And you've got to, and you've got to internally count. So if it doesn't mean anything, hey, and the move is easy, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
We have another result.
So the game between Wesley So and Topalov has ended in a draw.
I believe.
Yes.
That was the rook ending. You were mentioning Sergei's Ministry of Defense. Has he navigated? If he were to save this game,
I would say
that would be a blow.
I would say he's very close to that. He saved much worse position
Yes.
than this one. In this position, if he finds the move b6, forcing to relocate the knight from c5, and after that, go on the a file, attack the a4 pawn, attack the weaknesses in white's position. I have the better structure. Your knight is not that well placed in this position. The engines say rook to d5 is the best move, but I'm not really sure. Is this winning? Rook a2, rook takes c5, rook takes a4. I have a feeling I'm going to be able to sacrifice my a pawn for your c pawn, and that's going to be a 3 versus 2 on the same side. This is just draw, easy draw.
Agreed.
Let's go over to Maurice in Paris for his thoughts.
Big results just going on right now, at least about to happen in this game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura. Chasing Magnus Carlsen, he did not want to go behind, but his rook under attack, he needed to keep it on the 5th rank. Instead, he played the move rook to b6, and suddenly queen f5, and this pin with the threat of h5 became simply too strong. After king to g8, suddenly the move knight to e6, cutting off these pieces from this side of the board. This knight dare not move. There's some issues on f8, and in trouble, he played knight takes h4, only to find queen g4 check on the board. This knight in trouble. Wherever you put the king, let's put it in the corner here, knight to c5, and suddenly all these weaknesses, whenever you have a queen versus any distribution of pieces, literally any distribution of pieces, it will be about the weak pawns you have in your position. It'll be about structure, because the queen hunts down weaknesses so rapidly, so easily. She just sneaks in there like a snake. And right now, Nakamura is feeling the bite of the Frenchman as he's about to go down and lose this game.
Wow. Huge result. A huge result.
Hikaru will be very disappointed to lose like that. Very
Yes.
easily. It's not.
Oh my goodness. And you see,
Yeah, you see he's already
MVL
won.
blitzing out the moves as MVL is picking up material in that game. I've got my eye on the circuit,
Yep.
and there you
And then
have
have
it.
a result.
Wow. Huge result, and Magnus will be very pleased about that one.
Yep.
Christian, What's going on in the Magnus
the,
game?
The opening for Nakamura just went terribly wrong. He went down a pawn for absolutely no compensation, and he had to fight his way back from that, which is not easy against a top player such as Vachier Lagrave. In this position, unfortunately, the Minister of Defense, as we call him, he spent 3 minutes. He's down to 40 seconds on his clock, and he didn't play the move b6. He played the move rook to b4, but this allows rook to d5, very powerful move by white. And after a move such as g6, I can simply play g4. I'm forcing this knight to move away. Where are you going to put your knight? If you go to e7, I'm going to go rook d7. Then I'm going to start collecting the pawns on the queen side. And I think this is going to be a win for Magnus Carlsen. Turn the tables. Magnus is gaining a great lead as a top scorer.
Wow.
Wow, and of course G6 is not a move you would like to play in an endgame.
Exactly.
You know, cut the king off.
On the seventh
On the
rank,
seventh,
yeah,
yes.
G7, G6, you just want to resist playing such moves as this, just because, as Christian was saying, rook comes post with G4 first, by the way.
First, yeah.
But once that rook does get on the 7th rank, it's called the refreshment stall.
Is it correct?
Yes, you
I
know,
like
you
that.
just go to the refreshment stall. Very, very powerful pieces. Oh boy.
F6 now becomes weak. It
yeah.
becomes liable to things, vulnerable to things like knight e4.
Precisely.
Everything
Starts to go wrong. And Christian.
Well, guess what? Grishuk is getting into his comfort zone. He's down to 1 minute.
Oh.
So, but he did find knight h5, queen b6, king h1, h6, bishop takes g6, and now the game is simply over. If you take the piece, I'm simply going to take back. The queen jumps to h5, queen h7 is absolutely deadly. After king g7, this is the position we have on the board, but the game is over in a lot of ways. You can just simply withdraw your bishop to c2, then threaten to go queen d3, or knight h4, queen h5. You have so many threats in the position, so many attackers. If Caruana survives this, it would be a miracle.
Miracle indeed. We didn't see how MBL picked up the victory in his game against Hikaru. We had just left it around these parts where Maurice was explaining the pawn struck all kinds of targets for the queen. It was a queen g4 check, king went to h7, knight f8 check, queen takes knight. Now if Hikaru hoped to pick up this lonely gorilla knight, he was sorely disappointed after he saw the move knight d7. Rook takes d7 would have been met by queen g4, and Hikaru resigned after the move knight d7. Too much material down. A bad loss for Hikaru on day 3.
Yes, and that could be a very critical loss for Hikaru because
well, he had some luck. He was being resourceful.
He was being resourceful, but I'm thinking, you know, Shaq is on his tails, and Magnus, of course, in the league. Remember, he's chasing Magnus by 1 point.
Going into this game. And we go back to our tournament leader and world champion, Magnus Carlsen, blitzing out the moves against Sergei Karyakin. Magnus enjoying a 1-pawn advantage, but also good piece coordination as well. What has happened, Christian?
Yes, definitely Magnus is still in the driver's seat. But let's say black goes knight to e7.
Okay.
Rook to d7.
Right.
B takes c5. And now I don't think you want to take on e7 because this endgame is just once again going to be an easy draw. After I go c4, c3, you're going to have to put your rook behind my pawn. Then I'm going to take your a pawn. You're going to take my c pawn. 3 versus 2, theoretical draw. Instead of that, you can simply take on c5, and the knight's endgame, that's a completely different story. We have a say, knight endgames are like pawn endgames. So with a pawn up, I think white is going to emerge victorious.
And is Sergei in his comfort zone with a mare 12?
No. This is not
Grishuk.
We saw yesterday he did an absolute howler against Grishuk, but he blundered his queen in time trouble. So yeah, Karyakin definitely not in his comfort zone.
He's human, like the rest of us.
Like the rest of us. But yeah, I agree with Christian. You do not want to get into a knight ending. Rook ending is what is the aim.
Right. Night ending.
But are they in a night ending?
Whoa! What's going on?
Knight takes
the
f6.
players are playing so quickly, and Magnus, one of the things I've always admired about Magnus is his extraordinary instinct. He has this great feel for a large number of positions. He is going to go into a night ending, isn't he?
Yes, but
he's going to go with 3 versus 1.
3 versus 2. 3 versus 1 on one side, but at least I have the outside passed pawn on the b file, which could potentially be a very, very powerful weapon.
If he doesn't get his white pawns rolling.
I'd love to see the
Magnus
updated
managed
board.
a way to block that pawn on b5, putting the knight on
outside
c4.
passed pawn.
And now I'm just going to push my pawns on the king side and try to create my own passed pawn.
Okay. And I do believe we have a result in the Fabi game.
Yes.
I saw a handshake, and I think it was
Yes,
Fabi's
Fabi.
hand coming out and saying, I
dear.
don't like what happened here.
No.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
It just gets worse and worse. So let me just see how the players are getting into this night ending. Night before, Sergey has brought his king over, and he's offered the trade of knights, and he's hoping that he will be able to promote his b-pawn while white is busily promoting his h-pawn. Queen and pawn endgames would be tough. So I don't think Magnus has any intention of trading.
Would be tough to win for Magnus.
Tough to win.
Yes.
So I don't think Magnus has any intention of...
He did exchange the knights.
He did?
He did?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
well, then we have a game of pure calculation.
And a g5, b4, and you see the players are anxious to get a queen each on the board. I'm looking them go. Queen. Got a queen. Trying to catch up with the players. And they have reached a queen and 1 pawn.
From what I know, guys correct me if I'm wrong, you have to put your king on the a file. The black king has to be somewhere on the a file, if I remember correctly. And then you're going to just try to get a perpetual with your queen.
Yeah.
The closer to the center it is, the easier for the king and the white king and the queen to create an attack, combining the queen and the king.
Yeah, the queen and pawn endgames have their own rule of logic, and it is very, very peculiar. But the defending side, if the defending side's king is not in front of the pawn, it's very funny. The defending side's king wants to get farthest away from the pawn.
But it all depends on also how far the pawn is as well.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, if the pawn is on the 7th rank, I think you want it as far away from the action as possible so it doesn't get in the way. But
one of the problems in the queen and pawn game, especially when you're facing computers, is they have these databases of precise play. I believe the position is technically winning for white, but you can almost never win it against the computer, and vice versa. You will never be able to beat the computer when you have the extra pawn.
These endings are
it's terrifying.
Terrifying, especially like rook versus queen. Like even something as if the computer gets its 3rd rank and then.
But Magnus is going to have to show very, very good technique indeed.
But I think it's you know, Sergey doesn't have much time. You know, he's blundered a few times.
Oh my goodness! I believe he's allowed Sergey's king to get in front of the pawn.
Yeah,
that means it's a draw.
That's a draw.
Yes.
That is incredible that the world champion has allowed Black's king to get to the promotion square and.
Yeah, you can exchange of queens.
Yes, and a draw has been agreed. What a save!
What a save.
And Hikaru will be kicking himself for this loss. Magnus still in first, obviously.
Yeah, now with 2 points. 2 points
and
ahead.
the top Shaq drew.
Yes.
But let's go to Paris and Maurice with MVL.
With an MVL, yes. Let's hear his thoughts.
With Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's been trying to get back into the competition. He needed Magnus to not keep winning, stay on a roll. Magnus only drew, and MVL knocked off Hikaru Nakamura. Today's game was interesting. What did you think when he sacrificed his pawn against you?
Well, I think Hikaru understood his position was unpleasant by now, and he generally likes to go for active defense, and he almost pulled it off.
You got to this position, and then he played this move, f6, and allowed rook ad1. Just go to the position right now. Were you surprised that he allowed his structure to be damaged in this way?
Well, I mean, computer is showing that knight takes e5 works. I thought it didn't because I just take f6 and rook d1. But, no, I see what I missed.
Please show it to us. We have a
yeah.
little time. Back here,
Yeah.
you saw this move, is what you're saying.
Yeah. But I thought I have rook d1, and here what I missed is that I mean, it doesn't put the rook d1 to d5 because then f4 will win, but he just goes for this one, and it's a draw. But yeah, then of course, once we get there, and there more specifically, I'm not sure about knight d4. Yeah, maybe queen b6 was easier, but the position is of course very, very unpleasant to defend.
The weak pawns, of course, very tricky facing the queen. You haven't had a scintillating tournament by any stretch, but winning today against one of the tournament leaders has certainly got to make you feel a lot better about your chances.
Not only that, but also my play was much more consistent, so I hope to keep that going.
All right, well, good luck. We'll see you in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
MVL showing why the French star is one of the best players in the world.
Yes.
Thank you, Maurice. And we have some
We
footage
have
of
some
a very angry
Magnus.
world champion.
And because, you know,
Let's
we
have a
like
look
to have a
at
little bit of fun.
magic.
So let's have a look at what happened.
This is
There you
about
go.
the time that Magnus realizes he's completely blown it.
You know, yeah, it is ridiculous that he allowed the king to
Get back. And a draw being the
And
inevitable
there you
result.
go. It's going to happen. Oh, yeah, you can see. It's like,
Now let's see how he reacts as he... Damn it.
I know exactly the swear word he was saying.
know
I know,
where he's
no.
coming
I know
from.
the Norwegian swear word he was saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can
It
see
wasn't
it.
skål and
No.
cheers, well done?
No, it wasn't school, it wasn't cheers. It's something big. It's a four-letter F word, but doesn't end in K.
We won't go there.
No, okay.
But let's see how that affected our standings
Yeah,
as
let's have a
results of
recap.
round 7.
So, in the lead, maintaining his lead, we have world champion Magnus Carlsen on 11 points. And
Shaq.
we now have a three-way tie now for second. Look at that.
Three-way, because of Grishuk's wonderful
Yes,
win. Yes.
Hikaru,
Oh my.
Shakira, and Alexander
Wesley
Grishuk.
still just outside looking in.
Mm-hmm.
Final thoughts before we go to our first break of the day.
Yeah, well, it was very interesting. Well, I think it was very interesting. Interesting day. I was surprised at Magnus. You know, I really thought that would be an easy win after he
The
won the
conversion.
pawn. You know,
Yeah.
but okay, that wasn't to be. Hikaru, what a disappointment. You know,
Big disappointment.
it felt a little bit of a letdown, in fact. But yeah.
Well, let's go to Paris and check in with Maurice.
Well, we have a very important result. Grishuk winning his game to now go to 2 wins in a row. It must be feeling good right now. You're in a big tie for second place.
Yeah, I think it was a good game. I mean, the position was very dangerous for black, and because white has an attack, I mean, king attack, and okay, he didn't find proper defense, and okay, it was quite a smooth game.
All right, well, we'll take it back to you guys as Grishuk is back in business.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
Well, that was just a very smooth, too smooth a victory by
Yes, it was
Alex.
a standard attack, isn't it? You know, yesterday we saw Hikaru defeat Etienne Bacrot in a very standard King's Indian attack, and here we see exactly the same thing
In the French.
In the French, I mean,
The bishop on b7 never played a role.
yes.
Your thoughts, Cristian?
Well, I'm very, very impressed with Grishuk. I'm not so impressed with Magnus, who completely butchered his position, completely winning. Well, first of all, he got a little bit lucky when he allowed g5 and Karyakin didn't find it. But after that, that should have been an easy technical win for Magnus. Instead of that, he drew he drew, and now his lead is not as strong as it was before, because Mamedyarov, Grishchuk, and Nakamura behind him by only 2 points. And guess what? He's playing Fabiano, who hasn't won a game in a long time. I think Fabiano might pull the biggest surprise in the event and actually defeat Magnus in the next round.
Ooh.
Oh, well, we all hope for that.
Bold prediction. Let's go back to Paris.
With Maurice and Romain this time.
For final thoughts of this great answer.
Well, Cristian, that would be a shocker here in Paris if Fabi managed to beat Magnus in the next round. I think I have my doubts about that one. Nevertheless, Magnus did show that he's human in this game. This was the first game where he actually had a lost position on the board, and he did not play great technique to try to pull that one off. And there's got to be a lot of other players, Grishchuk playing well, one Mamedyarov, who looks like the most solid player in the competition right now, chasing Magnus, still only 2 points behind.
Yeah, Magnus did not win yet. About Fabiano, I suspect that he's very happy that he lost just a normal game. It's probably a much better feeling than all the other losses. Let's hope for him that he will recover and at least not lose the last two in the Rapid.
All right, he will look to play spoiler in the next round. Very important 2 games coming up. But first, of course, there's round 8 here at the Rapids, and we'll be bringing you all the action here from Paris.
Thank you,
Well,
Maurice.
thank you. Well, going into the break, we have a nice little feature as to who is the best trash talker.
That's me. That's me.
Oh.
I can lay it on thick when I have to.
You really sure about that?
And here it is.
Yes. See you after the break.
It's hard because I think the 2 most well-known trash talkers aren't in this event, unfortunately. They'll both be playing in lieu. And I think, without a doubt, it would be Anish Giri and Levon Aronian.
I think it's clear Levon Aronian and also Anish Giri.
I think it's Levon, probably. But he's also polite.
And too bad Levon isn't here because he's definitely got quite a big mouth.
I would say Levon. Levon was probably the best trash talker. He's not playing here, but he does bring some good trash talk to his game. Anish tries, but not at the same level.
Giri is quite good at talking and so on, but nothing he can say will ever strike me. So I think Aronian is good, but he sometimes crosses the line a bit.
Magnus trash talks Anish from time to time. Even Sergey gets into that from time to time.
I mean, it definitely used to be Hikaru. I mean, back in his ICC days. I mean, it's a bit this thing going between Giri and Magnus, but I find it quite lame. Yeah.
From this tournament, I would say Sasha Grishchuk. Say maybe Fabiano's capable of it, and Magnus, obviously, if he wants to, can trash talk as well.
In good shape, it should be Magnus. I mean, he has earned the right to trash talk, so whenever he does, it might sting a little bit. Fabiano can trash talk. I've seen him trash talk with Levon. Hikaru has some outrageous Twitter feed.
Probably the winner, yeah? It's more easy to trash talk when you win the tournament. So. Nobody jumps out. It's not very good for that. It's not a really strong field if you're looking at trash talking. Yeah, I can't think of anyone.
Manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned chess club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
back to round 8, day 3 of the Paris Grand Chess Tour. So there we have all the players lined up, waiting to...
the Canal Plus television studio station, and Fabiano Caruana is still the loneliest man in the field. I mean, nobody wants to get near him, as he's just been finding every conceivable way of losing games.
Poor thing, but I have a feeling we might be in for a shock today, this round. I have a feeling that
he
might put it off.
In our studio, Cristian has suggested that the luckless Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces is going to take down Magnus Carlsen. And that would be huge, because let's just take a look at our tournament standings. Magnus Carlsen has a 2-point lead.
He has a 2-point lead
at the moment, but you mentioned the massive tie for second.
There's a massive tie for second. So indeed, if Magnus were to go down
against the tail end, see it there.
Then
Hikaru, Shaq, and Alex are just waiting to pounce.
Yes.
And let's take a look at our matchups.
So, so the big matchup, of course, is our tail end, Fabiano Caruana playing against Magnus Carlsen.
Now, normally that might be a game that would decide either player being in first place, but the other big game between the two Americans, Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So, that is another one to watch.
Of course, you know, Hikaru, of course, lost just now against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so
he'll be gnarling.
He'll be snarling away. And there we go. We get to relive the anguish.
The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
The agony of letting a victory slip.
Right.
And here it comes. Yes.
Would you like a draw? Yes, I would.
Yes.
And here it is.
Here it is.
Boom.
Boom.
Now, you actually said, Jovi, that there is a Norwegian curse word, but it wasn't that bad.
No, it's not that bad.
It was devil.
Yeah, that was it.
That was it?
That was it.
Devil.
That's it. That means devil.
How rude.
Enough talking, guys.
And
let's go to the games.
Okay.
And the game has started. The round has started, and I will just keep an eye on this key matchup between Fabi and Magnus.
So we already have an unorthodox opening between Hikaru and Wesley.
Do we?
Yeah, we had a B3. Oh, so, okay.
I'm
jumping the gun here.
I was looking at Fabiano and Magnus. And fortunately for ourselves, no Berlin, no Joko piano.
Thank God.
Yay.
Yes.
Simple classical Rui Lopez with the Morphe Defense A6.
D3.
And Magnus has said, let's play chess.
Which is I think, a good strategy, because of course, you know, Fabiano is having a horrible time.
Yes.
Why not keep things fluid? You know, if he were to do a Berlin, then
perhaps
he'll have to drop.
lines.
Yes, exactly. So
very flexible. Well, after the move D7, D6, two ideas actually come to my mind as to how Fabi's approach might be. To play the move A2, A4, or to try to go with a C2, C3 and reel back into common lines.
He did play A4.
He did play A4. Okay. Again, Fabiano is really one of the great opening specialists, and you know, he can't blame his result on the openings.
No,
on the contrary.
No, on the contrary. And the middle game has often been brilliant. It's been his time management. He hasn't left himself enough time.
As well as those key moments, he's finding the bad move.
Yes. I mean, it's just time trouble. I mean, everything is... And he's panicking.
And he's panicking. All right, let's just take another look around the room. We have Etienne back row, Alexander Grishuk. Again, Sasha is in...
equal second,
position, equal second, but he does have the black pieces against Etienne, and Etienne is calming the ship. He had a rocky start, but he's playing his way back in the tournament with 4 points thus far, and we have a Sicilian. And let's go to Paris.
Yes.
Yes, we've been talking about how Wesley So was wearing shades at some point, and we found out that it was because one of the lights bugs him, and that's why he didn't have to wear the shades as he changes chairs. He doesn't have to wear shades depending on which chair he's sitting in, apparently. But something interesting about Magnus now, let's talk about why Magnus is no longer wearing his glasses, and he's worn them every single round. He's worn them recently. As a matter of fact, he said he had to go to a doctor in order to find out that something was wrong and that he really needed to put those on. So I'm surprised to see that for this round only, after all these months, that he's decided that he's not going to wear them right now. That's a bit odd, given that the professionals have said that he needs to. So we'll see, maybe get a chance to ask him why it is that he decided not to wear them this round.
Indeed. Thank you, Maurice, for that insight. I wear reading glasses, and it does affect your concentration.
It does.
Sometimes you do get headaches.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Glasses.
I remember when I used to wear glasses, I used to have the same thing. If they increased the prescription too much, then it would give me headaches. It was difficult to concentrate. And I actually had a theory that was the reason he did so poorly in Stavanger. I blame the glasses.
You blame the glasses?
I blame the glasses, yeah.
Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, yes, I did wear glasses a month ago during my tournament, and I was enjoying them during the games, but towards the end of the round, I was having problems with concentration because of the headaches. So if you're not used to them, Magnus is clearly not used to them yet. Definitely, that's a problem. So in the game between Karyakin Sergey and Vachier Lagrave, we see again the Frenchman essaying the Najdorf defense, and Karyakin is taking a very, very tame approach. He decided to play with G3, H3, castle. He's basically just saying, okay, I'm going to play a strategic game and I'm trying to outplay you. I have a lot of confidence after my game against Magnus Carlsen because I just managed to save an impossible game against the best player in the world. I expect Karyakin to put some pressure on the Frenchman.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you.
Yeah, and well, MVL's Najdorf I must say, has been holding up very well. It's being acquitted nicely. I'm looking at the game between Shaq Mamidarov and Veselin Topalov. A Queen's Gambit declined with this F2, F3. We saw a lot of these games as the Kasparov-Karpov duels. Normally, after this move F3, Black needs to punch back with a move C6, C5. And back to you, Cristian.
We have a crazy move in the game between Bakro Etienne and Grischuk. In this position, a normal move would be knight c3, d3, try to take advantage of the empty square on d5, perhaps retreat the bishop to c4, then a4, and then knight d5. Instead of that, Bakro played this crazy move, b4. What is this? After c takes b4, I would assume a3 is his plan. This is a common sacrifice in some lines. I haven't seen it in this particular line before, but I'm sure Etienne, he's a very dynamic player. I think he knows what he's doing. He only spent 2 minutes off his clock, so definitely he has some ideas. Grischuk, he might get faced by this dynamic idea, and he might end up in time trouble. We'll see.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm forcibly reminded of the 1992 rematch between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky, and Etienne definitely taking a page from Bobby Fischer in that match, as Bobby Fischer, in that match, Black's knight was already on the h6 square when this wing gambit with b4 came out. Very intriguing idea. But let's jump back to Paris and Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
Well, that wing gambit certainly has some sense to it and looks like something that is very aggressive for white. Check out the unusual opening that's in the Nakamura-So game, the two Americans going at it. First of all, b3 we know is unusual after bishop b2. Nothing wrong with having a fianchettoed bishop. And if you say one, why not say two? He goes for another fianchetto, now bishop to g2, knight, bishop e7, knight h4, going after this bishop, offering up a trade. White said, no, I want your bishop. And then check this out, e4. This is a formation you don't see every day, every week, every month even. It's hard to name this one. But check out the next move, g5. What is going on here? A fascinating position. You can just focus yourself on this one for a while, trying to figure it out and seeing what's going to happen here. The players are going to get in time pressure, in my opinion. To play a position like this is going to be very unusual, just strange chess going on already in this round.
Thank
wow.
you.
G5. I didn't expect that one. You know, I also didn't expect E4.
Right.
But okay.
But B3, the Larson opening, or queenside fianchetto, what you want to call it, I love watching Hikaru when he plays online blitz. And B2, B3 has actually been a part of his blitz repertoire.
Yes.
Sometimes you come to the game and you realize against E4 and D4 your opponent, especially Wesley, so well prepared, you want to mix it up, you want something unusual. Well, guess what? Hikaru got it. Now the question is, after this move G6, G5, why do you play G5? Well, there is the idea of E5 followed by F4 in the position for White. White wants to open up this light square bishop. Well, when you play the move G5, you're basically saying, you're not getting in F4 for free.
Yes.
What are you going to do about your bishop on G2? And it's a very challenging move.
I'm very surprised by that, because I wouldn't have thought strategically that E5 is actually a threat, because this bishop on B2 is a very strong piece.
Right.
And I think I can neutralize. I would try to neutralize the bishop on G2 by setting up my light squared wall on C6. I like my C6, D5, and E6. So I'm surprised.
Well, from Black's point of view, he's given up the two bishops. He's got the dark squared bishops. From Black's point of view, he may look forward to trying to control the D4 and E5 squares. And the way to do that would be to play C5, knight C6, and potentially to play D4 and E5, trying to bury that bishop on G2. And again, strategically, it's quite a challenge for White. And Hikaru, in a rapid game, is going to have to figure out where that knight on B1 is going to go. Does he want to go D3, knight D2? Does he want to go knight C3, D4? Very intriguing challenge for both players. Cristian.
Well, guys, that position looks more like something we would have on our boards in the backyard blitz sessions.
Next to the swimming pool.
Next to the swimming pool, yes, here in St. Louis. But let's look at the game between Caruana and Magnus. In this position, after H3, bishop E6, bishop A4, bishop to D7, Magnus is proposing the repetition. After bishop b3, he's going to go back bishop e6, and we're just going to call it a day. Instead of that, if you don't do bishop b3, if you move something like knight f1, a very normal move, Black is going to play this move, knight e7. I want to exchange these bishops, because then I will get the b5 square for my rook potentially, and a5 is going to become a clear weakness. The knight is going to g6 to f4, or perhaps I'm just going to play c5, and then if you place the move c4 to control the b5 square, I'm going to bring my knight back c6 to d4. So this position is very, very complex, very nuanced. We'll see if Fabiano is going to go for the repetition, or he's going to try to pressure Magnus with white.
Thank you, Cristian.
It's interesting, actually, because the rapid play doesn't actually determine the points. The Grand Chess Tour points, you have to win both. Well, you have to accumulate the most points as possible from both events.
Exactly.
So,
well, of course, here in the Grand Chess Tour, this is the first leg. We have a nice prize fund, a $150,000 prize fund for grabs in this tournament. But also, as you were just mentioning, Grand Chess Tour points. The winner, the clear winner, would have 13. And of course, we have 5 legs in this season.
And of course, this is our prize money, so we can see the first place in this leg will get, what, $37,500 dollars,
not pounds.
Not pounds. And second place takes $25,000. Third place takes $20,000. So, yeah,
nice
it's a nice payday.
For a weeks of work.
It definitely is a nice payday. So I'm curious as to why Magnus is offering a repetition, because it's not, he doesn't get bonus points for winning the rapid play, so to speak.
Yes, that is true. But on the other hand, you know, he's securing his first place. His challengers, if you will have to catch up.
Yes.
And he does have the black pieces against a very dangerous opponent. Cristian.
And Caruana didn't take the draw. Let's see what happened in the game. After bishop d7, Fabiano played the move knight c4 with the idea to retreat the knight to e3, or perhaps to play e4 and pressure the center. Knight e7 was played, bishop c2, knight g6, the knight coming to the king side to create potentially an attack, defending the e5 pawn in the center. Very, very tight position for black after d4. E takes d4 was played. Now, this is a move that allows white to get some initiative. But if white doesn't manage to actually put his initiative into motion, then black could potentially take advantage of the overextended pawns in the center after c takes d4. Maybe I'm going to play something like rook b4, then bishop b5. As we can see, these pawns might potentially become a weakness.
I love the
you.
space, but we have Maurice in Paris.
Yes.
Boy, looking at that score with Carlsen versus Fabian, seeing Fabian -6 and Carlsen at +4, that just seems like a misprint. But unfortunately, it's the reality, very nightmarish reality for the American player. But some of these positions we're seeing this round, at least a couple of them, don't look like real chess. It just looks like some random pieces shuffling about. And in this position, with the other two Americans in the competition, here he played this move knight h7, and something, Romain, when I see these kinds of positions, I wonder where the knight's going to go. Like, what's its future? After e5, knight h7, this knight doesn't, like, even if you give it a move and give it another move, it still doesn't know where it's going to go in the long run. Why do you think he put it on this square instead of maybe dropping it here and looking for something like e7 or even h6?
Well, first of all, I must say that something is going very wrong in the last moves, because suddenly it looks almost like a chess game. You have two normally developed bishop. It looks like white is maybe even going to castle, so something very strange is happening. And about knight h7, well, I think it's not very clear what will happen. If it would go to d7, probably then it would have to go to b6 or something
At
like
which
that.
point it doesn't have any moves either.
Exactly. So I believe that knight h7 is a smart move. Indeed, it will probably come to g6 later, but probably black wants to play queen d7 long castle.
Actually did happen. This position is now...
And long castle, and then he's going to play f6 at some point, and the knight on g6 may become a nice piece just to attack the pawn on e5. Indeed, here he doesn't have a real future. On the other hand, well, this bishop is also very passive on g2. White would like at some moment maybe to play f4. So
and even then, the bishop doesn't seem to have a future. Again, he's going to have to play c4 to get that going. So it looks like both sides have some problems in their position.
Indeed, but, well, I still prefer white. I mean, knight d2 castle, maybe brings a knight to e3 and try to push f4, f5, something like that. Well, this looks like a good version of French for white, but of course, in chess, nothing is perfect, and for the moment, these two bishops are not exactly extremely active.
Absolutely. And now this other position that's taking its time with Bacrot and Grishuk. Grishuk took a long time before he captured on b4. He did play cb4. And after a3, now he's played b3. They're barely started in this opening. Clearly, Bacrot had prepared b4 of some kind. Would he be surprised to see b3 happen? I mean, he should have moved already.
Well, this move b4 I've seen a couple of times. It's quite typical in the black plays g6, bishop g7, and e5 in the Rosoli mode. This b3 I hadn't seen, but this is quite typical. It reminds me of the Mora gambit when you play in the Sicilian e4, c5, d4, cd4, c3, and black just plays d3. So what does it mean? That means he's not so greedy. He doesn't want to take a pawn. On the other hand, he also doesn't want to allow the white pawn to get toward the center.
But why is Bacrot taking so long to move? I mean,
because cb3 is a very logical move, but you could, for example, maybe play the move c3 and then d4 and take on b3 with the queen.
But if this is his preparation, shouldn't he already have this set that if the guy plays b3, you know what you're going to do?
Well, is it his preparation or not? We don't know. I mean, this move b4 is really typical. Did he prepare it exactly here? Who knows?
All right, well, we'll see. We'll go back to you guys as the games are heating up here in round 8.
Thank you, Maurice.
Unorthodox positions here. I'm especially interested in this Wesley versus Hikaru because
I love Wesley's position. I don't get it. First of all, Wesley has a French defense position.
Yes.
And the light square bishop has been traded off. What could be sweeter? Secondly, he's going to castle long. King safety in the French defense, as Fabiana just found out, is crucial. Thirdly, take a look. I mean, seriously, look deeply into the position. Look at these two bishops. You've never seen two more septic-looking beasts on g2 and b2, blocked by their own pawns. Black is going to play knight f8, knight g6. This play down the h-line, I'm telling you, I love this position.
Okay, let me try and think
about
the counter.
As you're thinking, let's go to Cristian and see what his thoughts are on the games.
Absolutely. Wesley seems to be dominating Nakamura in this position. I don't understand what he did. For example, after f6, He's trying to blast open the center. The bishops are not ready yet to take control over the center. If a move such as bishop h or take on f6, bishop to h3, then I simply draw my knight back to f8, defending the e6 pawn. The bishop has to go back. I'm going to castle long, and then at the right moment, I'm going to start my avalanche in the center. This is going to be a difficult position to defend for Nakamura if he decides to blast open the center. But what else can he do? After f6, maybe something like knight a3, but then I'm just simply going to go castle. The tension remains in the center, and after knight f8, as you mentioned, Yasser, knight f8, knight g6, exerting more and more pressure on the e5 square. This is going to be difficult for White.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that White needs to start regrouping. I wasn't sure whether it's beneficial to capture on the center, you know, because do I allow him to take me?
And
do I allow him
sometimes
to
that
get
e5 pawn becomes really weak.
Yeah, it becomes quite weak. So, I mean, I definitely like the idea. I think if I were White, I would perhaps capture f6 just to, and then I like the idea of knight a3, knight c2, castle queenside just to consolidate, and then I will wait.
And then you'll wait.
I have to wait. I don't think I will do anything exciting. I will wait until, because when you break in the center with e5, my bishops will perhaps have some life.
Exactly. Well, so, the way you just described it in Seattle, we would say you're seizing the defensive.
Seizing defense. Yes.
Christian.
Something inexplicable happened. After e takes f6, Wesley decided to take back with the bishop.
Okay.
Which I definitely don't understand. Bishop h3 followed, and we have this position on the board, which is already much better for White, because it's very important. After knight f8, we have this move, bishop g4, and now you cannot attack my very powerful bishop on g4 with any of your pawns. Still double pawns. The knight on f8 is now a passive piece instead of a very active piece if you would have taken with a g-pawn, and then bishop g4 wouldn't have been possible. So very strange decision by Black to take back with the bishop.
Well, the surprises, the shocks and surprises keep on coming. Yes,
boy, that is really stunning, because we're always told to, if you have double pawns, look for that opportunity to bring them to undouble your pawns, if you will, and to allow the outpost of g4, if you will, because it really is an outpost for the bishop.
Yes.
The bishop on h3
which of course
has
is asking to be played.
Exactly. The only thing I can imagine is that Wesley saw something very concrete. He must have been calculating, let's just put some moves on the board, such as the following, that he felt or thought that he's going to play the move e6, e5, and liquidate his backward pawn. But boy, those double pawns really make a sour impression.
But I have to say, with those double pawns on g7 and g5, I'm even tempted, if I'm a bit gung-ho, it depends on the mood, of course, to castle kingside. Because I'm quite safe. If that, as long as that knight's tied down to f8.
Yes, so you're even now considering that the king might be better placed.
Might be safer.
On the king side.
On the king side.
Yeah, well, again, there's no f5, g4, or f5.
There's nothing there, and then I can start.
C4 one day being rambunctious.
Oh yeah, I was thinking also I could perhaps
B5,
B4, A4, A4, A5. Just
go for it. Well, I must say this game has really been a strange one from the very start. We'll keep our eye on that. Let's go to some of the other games. MVL bouncing back with a nice win in the previous round. He's got his Najdorf-like setup, and I think against Sergey, I think MVL is going to be more than pleased with the outcome here. He looks fine. And let's us return to Paris and Maurice Ashley. Maurice.
Actually, he was more than fine in this position. MVL plays the Najdorf like a boss. And in this game, though, he did miss what looked like a huge chance to get a big advantage.
Yeah, but very unusual move, of course, he played. Well, the rule in Rapid is that sometimes you just have to play the natural move, otherwise you quickly run out of time, like Grichuk, for example. And here, indeed, he made the move Queen F6, extremely strong, but very unusual move to put the queen on this file. But it looks like the next move, well, the next move is just Queen takes F4, exchanging the queens, and then Knight to D3. And it looks like simply the white position is terrible. Couple of exchanges, and then Knight to D3, and B2 is falling, and probably the black rook will enter on the E5.
This bishop is terrible.
This bishop is terrible, and according to the engine, this is just winning for black.
A big chance missed, guys, by Vasyl Agraf. But the way he played it, still, he has a very solid position and showing just natural moves. Like you said, though, sometimes in Rapid, you just play the natural move that you see instead of playing any crazy ideas, and apparently he's done so. Slipped a little bit. Let's see if he can get that advantage back.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the game between Fabi and Magnus. A lot of developments have taken place in this game. White has a great outpost. Black has the two bishops. Christian, what happened?
Well, we've seen Magnus seeking complications, seeking imbalances throughout the tournament. We've seen it in the game between him and Grichuk. We've seen it in last game when he played rook e4, rook h4 in a completely normal position. And here he took on d4, releasing the tension, and immediately played the move d5, blasting white structure. E takes d5, rook takes c1, queen takes c1, knight takes d5, bishop takes g6, f takes g6, knight c5, bishop e8, knight, bishop a3, bishop d6, bishop c5, and we have this position. I know, Yasser, you enjoy the bishop pair. This is a very, very powerful piece in the future. Right now, it's controlling the powerful knight on e5 very well. As you can see, it's controlling all of his squares. The rook on b8 is going to play a very important role into the offensive after rook b5, putting pressure on the pawn on a5. These knights are a little bit stepping on each other's feet. I don't really see the potential for this knight on f3. The bishop on c5, again, what is he doing there? If you take on d6, I'm always going to take back with the pawn, and your knight from e5 is going to have to relocate, so that's going to be a problem. Any endgame, this could be very, very problematic for white with this weakness on the board and with the bishop pair for black. Let's go over to Maurice.
Wesley So had been playing some shaky chess throughout. The first two games that he won, he should have lost both of them. He did not look like he was in good form. He caught up with him against Magnus Carlsen. And in this game, it's unbelievable the way he's playing. Just simply shocking. First of all, GF6. Of course you're going to play GF6. Why would you play bishop takes? I think it's because he missed the move bishop h3. He just did not see it at all, forcing him to play the move knight f8. But Romain, after bishop g4, you're worse. Put your king over here, castle, no problem. Why would you play king f7? This move looks crazy. This doesn't look like someplace you want to live. Your light squares are going to be weak. The c6 pawn is going to be bad forever. What is going on?
Yeah, well, it's not like king f7. Well, it doesn't seem like the natural move. On the other hand, it won't be easy for white to, let's say, deliver a mating attack against this king. But I don't see any problem just putting it on hiding it on the queen's side. Well, probably he has some idea in mind. Probably he has some setup in mind where he likes to have his king here. But of course, well, let's say I'm not good enough to understand it.
Neither am I. This kind of crazy chess being played here. I think Nakamura's eyes probably went wide open when that king landed on f7. We'll see whether or not he'll be able to land a significant blow.
Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you.
We've been having fun looking at this
So-
game of Magnus and Fabi. We have dissension in the studio.
Yeah.
As Jovi, you're kind of liking white. I'm kind of liking Magnus.
No, it wasn't that I was liking white. I mean, I was thinking there's still some chances, you know, because it's true with the knights being. I'm not very comfortable with white's knights on f3 and e5, and I was just trying to generate play. That's all.
I must make a confession. I was raised on the Bobby Fischer Bible of my 60 memorable games. And in the Ruy Lopez's white, Bobby loved his light squared bishop. I noticed in the World Championship match between Magnus and Sergei. Sergei gave up his light square bishop and nearly lost the game.
Yes, yeah.
And here, this decision to give up the light square bishop is not to be taken lightly. I actually think that Magnus is doing quite well. I like his position. You were chasing the chimera of victory with Queen E4 and the double attack. I chose Knight F6, and this was our analysis, and we were having some fun, but okay, I still think Black is doing well.
I think Black is doing okay. I just thought I was trying to get
yeah,
some
you wanted to win a pawn.
I like a challenge, you know. I like a
and Cristian, to you, how has the game developed?
No, I definitely agree with you, Yasser. I think Black is having the upper hand in this position. The computers don't think so. They think that after bishop takes d6, which is very unnatural to me from a human perspective, c takes d6, knight c6, bishop takes c6, rook takes c6, and now a move such as g4. If you take, I go queen d7, and now you're having some problems because your rook is under attack. If you take here, queen takes g4, your rook is out of play. Potentially I could go queen g6 in the future with the attack with rook b1. This is going to be quite difficult to defend for white. If you don't take on d6, which once again I think is a very, very unnatural move, then you're going to be on the defensive for the rest of the game. The light square bishop is going to become a force of nature in the next couple of moves.
Ooh, a force of nature. Hurricane
yes,
gales,
yes.
storm
White
warnings.
definitely needs to act now, for sure. As Cristian says, he can't allow Black to start consolidating. And his analysis actually reminded me of that game, Mamedyarov, again, Magnus Carlsen versus, you know...
That Magnus won with the black pieces.
Yeah, yes, of course.
On the light squares.
With the rook being sidelined there, out there on the queen side.
He had that gorgeous move,
yes.
Bishop F3, that secured his victory. Just taking a quick peek at the Etienne back row, Alexander Grishuk. Both of these players have been playing very, very slowly, and they're barely out of the opening. Only 11 moves, 11 unusual moves. The wing gambit B4 attempt by Etienne. Sasha said, I'm not interested in the pawn. He returned it right away with the move B3.
Which is a smart decision, I think.
I think so too. And I like what Romain suggested. I'm not a big fan of this capture right away. In Etienne's shoes, you know, he's got this marvelous opportunity to play against some of the world's best players. Well, let's just go for it. You know, let's
yes.
C3 and D4.
I like the same, you know, bishop B, you know, get D4 in.
Yeah,
I like this little
and maybe
center.
queen takes B3, but that did not happen. After these moves, it looks very balanced to me.
It does. But
And I don't see any advantage for white.
I have a question. If you're white, would you be looking at maneuvering? You know, so there's a nice square on D5. Do I play for putting a piece on D5, or do I actually go, okay, D4? Because the instinct, there's some of us who like our pawn breaks,
Yeah.
and it's irresistible to go D4.
You're going to love my answer.
Yes.
Both.
Both.
When confronted with a choice between two
Yes.
desirable objects,
Yeah.
you must expand your capacity to accept both.
Yes.
So maneuver your knight to D5 and then follow it up with
follow
D4.
it up with a, yeah.
Cristian.
A game that is ready to explode between Mamedyarov and Topalov. In this position, after queen D1, Topalov played the move queen B3. A bad move, but unfortunately for Mamedyarov, he didn't find the right continuation. He should have taken on B3, and now I'm just going to swing my rook all the way to the third rank, take the B3 pawn, and the combination of these two knights control all the entry squares on the C file. White's position is very safe. You cannot defend against rook D3, rook takes B3. This is just going to be a pawn up. Instead of that, Mamedyarov, in his style, he's redirecting the queen towards the king, and he's going to try for a mating attack. I assume Black wants to play knight a4 to attack the pawn on b2, and right now the computer is suggesting queen d2 defending the b2 pawn. I have a feeling Mamedyarov is not going to defend that pawn. I think he's going to go queen g3, f5, knight takes b2, f5, and just go burn all the bridges. You know, so I'm expecting to see some fireworks on the board. Let's go over to Maurice.
Well, that game, Black is trying to hold on, trying to make sure he doesn't get mated. In this game, Black has no such fear. We see Sergei Karyakin now his time's ticking down against someone who plays the night off for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and probably when he's asleep in bed, he's dreaming about the night off as well because he plays it so well. It's just been his security blanket for years. And in this position, Karyakin with nothing to do, no weaknesses anywhere to attack for Black. Everything is solid. This knight has no future. It could maybe try to trade itself off, but it can't appear right now. Black is about to double on this file. This d-pawn is a target forever. This is a Sicilian player's nightmare to have advanced all your pawns and have absolutely no way to take them back or make them go any further. They've been firmly blockaded. Looks like the Frenchman is on a rampage. A win right now would put him actually would pass everyone who's tied for second through fourth ahead of him at the moment, and he would put him in a stone's throw of Magnus. If Magnus doesn't win, he'll be seeing the Frenchman storming back as all of Paris watches, rubbing their hands together, hoping that he can indeed win this game.
Thank you,
Indeed,
Maurice.
that would be very popular news with the Parisians, I think.
Absolutely, it was very well received indeed. Every expectation that I had for the game between Hikaru and Wesley didn't happen.
No?
I mean, I could not have guessed the last 5 moves from the position that really started after this capture e-takes. I never saw this move, bishop takes f6. No. But what happened thereafter was equally surprising.
King f7.
King f7, what the heck? We all anticipated long castles.
I'm also, if you play
yes,
on,
please.
I'm also surprised at the decision that Hikaru took to castle kingside.
Well, you were the one that suggested castles kingside.
The king isn't out there on f7.
I mean, the king on f7, you want to put your rook on f1, and
yeah.
Who knows, on a good day, you got a tactic. But then came knight g6, knight a3, a move we kind of expected.
Yeah.
Knight c6, e7, also an unusual approach. But what Wesley has done is built up everything. It's like student body, everything to the king side.
Yes. Yeah,
and Hikaru just put his rook on g2.
Right.
And firmly defending f2, firmly defending g3,
and
no
next
sacrifices.
Move would be knight e3, right?
And knight e3 is coming. I like Hikaru's position,
yes.
And I'm just wondering what on earth is possessing Wesley. He's not played this game well. Cristian, what do you have for us?
Yasser, you are applauding Magnus's intuitive feel, and this is exactly what happened in this position. After knight e5, Magnus felt the queens have to be swapped off the board so that he can use his rook to attack White's weaknesses. So he played the move queen d5, and right now after queen takes d5, this hasn't been played yet on the board. Knight takes d5. Next move I'm going to play rook b5. What is your knight doing on e5? It's a beautiful piece, but it's not really doing anything. The bishop on c5, again, it's a beautiful piece, but it's not doing anything. And after rook b5, I'm going to paralyze your pieces. You're going to have to put your rook on a1. Then potentially I'm going to maybe transfer my knight to c6 and try to attack your a5 pawn. This is a very, very difficult endgame for White. But we have another important game between Mamedyarov and Topalov Veselin, which developed quite quickly. After queen e1, I think this is the position we left off. f6 was played, a very, very strange decision by Topalov to open up the position next to his king. I definitely don't like this. Rook f3, Mamedyarov is furious. He's bringing all his pieces around Black's king. Queen a4, queen h4. As we can see, White is coming forward, Black is going backwards. That's not good for Black. Queen c6, rook g3, g6 has been played, and I expect f5, which is a very natural move, to be played, and this is just lights out for Black. And Mamedyarov is going to be very, very close to take the sole lead.
Wow.
Wow.
Back to Maurice in Paris.
Yes.
Maurice.
Well, this is a very exciting round indeed, with Mamedyarov making his case to catch Magnus Carlsen, and also Vasyl Agrab in his game against Karyakin. It looked as though Karyakin simply had no moves. He didn't know exactly what to do, so he got super concrete and took on e5. That's a very important exchange in chess to make this kind of trade. is a critical one because now if the pawn takes, suddenly your knight's hanging and your knight's the only thing defending this pawn. But he had a point in mind. This move, rook to e1, rook fe1, pitting the pawn to the rook. Unfortunately, he is about to face a counter pin with a rook to c4. If his opponent finds this move, this pawn is going to drop really soon because the threat now is, of course, bishop takes f4, kicking the legs out from under this d pawn. This looks very strong for black completely.
This looks winning for black indeed. Well, I don't know how important it is to find a move rook c4. Well, probably black has other ways to be better, but rook c4 is really a nice blow. And well, if white doesn't have anything better than taking on c4 and playing knight g2, then something is really, really wrong.
Something clearly has gone wrong. What do you think about this game now between Hikaru and Wesley? It seemed like Wesley was playing some very, very strange moves. Now we have this, another mess of a position a bit. Looks more reasonable, though. If pawn ever goes to c4 at the right time, white will look pretty comfortable, although this rook on g2 seems a bit of a strange place, fianchettoing your rook. What do you think of the chances here for both sides?
Well, first of all, here white can play knight takes d5 and c4, so it is then a question what black is doing. But maybe you can then try to exchange some pieces and maybe life will improve. Yeah.
Looks like
white is definitely clearly better, but maybe black has chances to make a draw. About this position itself, well, the rook on g2 is a little bit weird, but I think it is simply a strong piece because it is as strong as the two black rooks. And furthermore, it can go to d2 later on. So I think this is a very nice fianchet to a rook. White should be much better here.
Well, it looks like Nakamura in control after losing a bad game last round. He definitely wants to stay in contention, as it seems like a number of players are taking the bull by the horns, playing boldly, trying to make sure they get a good penultimate round score as we go into the final round coming up later today.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Some decisive results
No question about it. Talk about playing boldly. Well, Shaq is really throwing down a red flag here against his opponent, Veselin Topalov.
He's an equal second.
Yes, and
some blinding chess. So let's.
He took the advice of pawn sacrifice to blast open Black's king with the move f4, f5. And again, it's just visual. Look at the number of attackers. Look at the number of defenders. The knight on b6 in particular, way out of play. This bishop on c1 is a useful attacker, by the way.
It's very thematic as well. When you're attacking, you want to open lines.
Absolutely. And this move, knight f5, is a prelude to what seems to me to be a scorching attack. A lot of weak squares over the king side. Bishop h6 coming. Queen h5 is on tap. I don't like Veselin's position one bit. Cristian, what's going on?
I don't like Veselin's position a single bit. This is completely lost for him. A few moves have been played after knight f5. Queen f6 was played. Queen h5. Rook e6. Knight h4. Aggression on the king side. This is simply murder. Black is going to be dead in just a couple of moves. He's probably going to resign anytime soon. I don't know how to defend the g6 pawn, which is
king f7.
A crucial pawn in Black's position. If you go king f7, knight takes g6.
Oh.
I can still take it.
Yes, of
I
course
can
you
still
can.
take it.
Of course you can.
You can take queen takes g6, rook takes g6, take, and then I take on e5, knight comes to f4. This is just game over. So. I'm not really sure what Black was planning after knight h4 and concentrating his forces on that fragile g6 pawn.
Fragile indeed.
Nice redirection of the pieces there.
As Maurice likes to say, knocking the legs out from underneath the position. That g6 pawn is absolutely vital to the pathway to Black's king. You win the g6 pawn, queen f6. When attacking, please do not trade queens unless you are liquidating into a winning ending. And this move, knight h4, it's such a sweet retreat because, again, that g6 pawn is so vital. Rook takes g6 on tap, knight takes g6. I don't see
And I don't even see
defenses.
a way how to bail out, because normally you can, well, sometimes you can go like bishop g7 and try to provide some cover for your king this way, but here the attack just keeps going, so I think you just go...
The momentum builds, snowballs, it's gone. And I don't see a defense. And that would be huge for our tournament standings, which means we have to take a look back at the Magnus Carlsen game. Magnus, as you were mentioning, seems to be getting the type of positions he likes. Cristian, as Fabi, found a way of losing yet another game.
Absolutely not. Fabiano is actually playing very, very courageous chess. In this position, after bishop f7, he had to make a decision. He can either take on f7, but that changes the character of the game completely, or he can play something like rook a1, passive defense, but this would have been the wrong decision, because after rook b2, you're in a lot of trouble. After knight f7, which was played on the board, king takes f7, rook e5, c6, rook f5, king e6, rook e5, king f7, rook f5, king g6, Magnus gets out of the repetition, but now allows black to infiltrate into the camp and equalize the pawns. This is the position we have at the moment on the board. The knight is still very powerful on d5. The pawn is very dangerous, but at the moment the bishop on c5 is protecting against this pawn advancing all the way to a3. The rook and the bishop usually have good cooperation, so I think this is going to be enough for white to make a draw. Let's go over to Maurice in Paris.
Quick report, it looks as though Nakamura has stolen a pawn from Wesley So, or did Wesley give it up? The engine's saying he just has to bring this rook back into the game and start to defend these hanging pawns, but he decided to play the move d4, pawn takes, bishop takes. Looks like a strong place here, bishop, except, boom, there goes that pawn defending the bishop, exploiting the pin along this line. Wesley had to play rook takes and queen takes, trading off queens. We now are in an ending where white is up by a pawn. Is it enough, though? These two playing against this one. Will he be able to maybe get some technique going, or will Wesley be able to slow this down? It looks better for white. At least white knows it's only two results. He wins or it's a draw. On the other hand, Wesley desperate to hold on to this game.
Thank you, Maurice.
Interesting decision there, actually, I feel by Hikaru, because yeah, he won a pawn, but Black, I think, has chances to hold the endgame. But a pawn is a pawn. I mean, I understand a pawn is a pawn, but it felt so shaky for him.
Yeah, well, it's actually a little bit more psychologically. One of the things that you were seeing there was Wesley had built up an attack, or what looked like attack. He had doubled his rooks. And when you win the pawn and you just smack down the attack and said, you never were even close, dude, I feel very good about that. So it's not just the pawn, but it's also that I've refuted your attempt.
I guess it's a matter of perception, because with that king on f7 and all his pieces lined up for a visually, you know, it was for me that attack was just simply optical. There was nothing going there. So yeah.
And let's get updated on the games, and we'll go to Cristian for an update on the positions.
Yes, I think this is going to be the first result of the round. We have Mamediyarov playing a brilliant attack against Topalov, and after knight h4, black played bishop g7, knight takes g6, queen f7, and once again we see how important precision is in this type of position. One move and you're out of the game. In this position, if white wouldn't have played bishop h6, then his advantage would have dissipated completely, but he did play bishop h6. Everything, all the pieces attacking the king were going forward always, and after bishop h6, black simply doesn't have a good defense against bishop takes g7, queen takes g7, and then I'm just going to move my knight away, pin your queen, win your queen, and that's just going to be game over. The engines are saying +10 or something like this. This is going to be the first decisive result of the game. Mamediyarov is on fire.
Shaq looks to be thinking about his next round game, like this is done. But we were mentioning this bishop on c1 being an attacker because it can so quickly, long-range pieces jump over to the king side, and the knight on b6 playing absolutely no role.
Yes.
Veselin's being overwhelmed. That's what's happening.
Definitely. And I think anyone playing through this game should notice how he removes the defenders. He keeps removing the cover. You know, first of all, there was a pawn on g6, got removed. Then a bishop came to, and he just simply lengthened the lines and the power for his rook.
Yeah, but a huge game for Shaq.
Definitely.
Let's go to Paris.
And another dominating performance being turned in by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Of course he found rook c4. We didn't have any doubt about that. That's this guy's It's real house. And after this, knight g2, give me that pawn, thank you. Or you can have that measly one, because here comes another monster in the kitchen. e4 coming down the board. Knight f5, e3, just pure domination. Get that knight out of here. And now bishop h4, and the bishop and the queen and the pawn all combined to, hello, you better give me an exchange now. And this was just simply a hopeless position after ef2, and the queen takes check. Queen e4 lined up in exchange. We can jump down to the game position right now. They're here. He's still up in exchange with an extra pawn as well. MVL well on his way, cruising to victory.
Maurice, I'm looking at this game of Magnus Carlsen, and Fabiano has played boldly, but he had to. And I'm feeling that he has excellent chances of drawing, actually. I mean, despite the fact, and there we do have a result. Wow. Shaq, you know, when he gets on a roll,
of course, yeah,
he's really
well
a
prepared,
fantastic
he's sharp,
player. Christian said he's tasted that 2800 wine,
yes.
And he's playing like a 2900. I'm sure his TPR is close to 2900. Christian.
No, Mamediyarov is at the moment simply irresistible. He's playing pure attacking dynamic chess. But let's look at this game between Caruana and Magnus. In this position, Fabi played d5. Once again, he's losing control of the position in the last moments. Magnus played knight e4, rook c6. I expect knight takes c5, rook takes c5, and after king e5, this endgame is going to be extremely, extremely difficult to defend. If I manage to put my rook on the side of the pawn, with the aid of the king, that's going to be a queen in no time. This pawn is going to be a queen in no time. I don't know if Fabi has what it takes to actually defend this difficult endgame.
Okay, that's a challenge, but we do have another result, Joby.
Yes, we do. Maxim Vachilegrov, of course, he put in a powerful display with the knight off against Karyakin, and that was a very comfortable win. You know, when white overextends like that and the position collapses, it collapses.
It really does. And as Maurice says, that was a Sicilian player's dream.
Yes.
He gets the better ending. Just to play devil's advocate with you a little bit there, Christian, after we saw this position with what you were showing, hold on, it was...
I think actually king e4 was played. I think king e4 was played.
Not knight e4.
Not knight e4, no.
I see.
I had the impression knight e4 was played, but apparently Magnus decided to put the king in the center, attacking the d5 pawn.
Which I thought was the right decision, funnily enough, because I thought that after knight e4, and very specifically the endgame that you were showing, king e5, I was going to go king g3, you would take my pawn after king d6, let's say, I was going to give a check, and I thought, well, if I can scoop up this g7 pawn and put as much pressure on black's king side as possible, some drawing chances there. But the move king e4, charging forward with the king, a good general leads his army, right? Should be king e4, you're just wanting to, without necessarily giving up the g7 pawn. It's Fabi who's going to have to find all the right answers.
Now I'm going to try to activate my rook. Let's say rook d8. Yes,
rook David 8, yes, makes a lot of sense. And now, somehow my rook is in an ideal situation. So let's go rook a5.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Oh, bishop f8.
Yeah, I'm also hunting.
You know, when Hunter becomes player, I wanted to play rook takes d5. I remember this great line by Larry Christensen, bishop f8, getting me from behind.
Now I'm going to play rook a8.
Yes, and that's fine. And that's fine indeed for Fabi. Okay, so definitely Magnus
if you grab the pawn, I mean...
Knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5, and then you yourself, because...
Which was played, by the way. Knight takes d5 was played, and I have a feeling Fabi didn't find the most precise way of dealing with the situation. He played the move rook to e8.
E8 check to try it, and not going forward, king d3, but dropping black.
I'm going to defend that g7 pawn, and then I'm just going to make use of my extra pawn.
How simple it is.
Yeah, and over to Maurice.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a note of a game from the next round, because these guys look like they're on move 12. This looks like we just started this one. Games have ended. 2 wins have already been recorded. Magnus and Fabi are deep into an end game. And what is this? The game between Etienne Bacrot and Alexander Grischuk is definitely going to devolve into blitz chess for sure. It looks like they literally just started developing their pieces. Definitely not a good handling off the clock for rapid chess.
For either player. Deep in the ending. And on the game, as you were mentioning, Grischuk with a minute and a half versus Etienne's 2. We're in blitz mode for sure in this game.
Soon.
With
out of
only just a pawn or 2 being exchanged. But finally, D2, D4 has been played. Maneuvering by both players. First
white.
impression, I like white a little bit more. Normally, in open positions being those where 4 pawns are off the board, 2 by each side, it's all about who has the more active pieces. At this moment, the queen is still on its original square. White has better development.
I mean, the only thing I can see for black is that black has maybe some knight f4 possibilities.
And that's important because, as we know, a knight on f4 can be very disturbing to a castled king.
Knight d4 was played.
Knight f4 was
played.
played.
D4. Knight d4, knight takes d4.
Oh, okay.
Rook takes c1. Rook takes c1.
Very important Zug, by the way.
Rook takes c1. They're hurrying to the end game.
And e takes d4, I'm assuming, and we have this as our current position. And let's go over to Paris.
Where Maurice has an interview with Shaq.
Well, absolutely one of the giants in this chess tournament, Shakirov Mamedyarov, playing great chess, except for one mistake so far in the tournament. He's just looking dominant right now. This game, it looked like a mix of chances for both sides. Here he could have played this move c3, hoping that you would capture, and then play b3 and get some counterplay. He did not do that. Instead, he played queen b3 and just allowed your queen to go on a trip to the king side where you just demolished him.
Okay, of course, I was understand it is very dangerous and very equal position, but I like my position because I want to play for win. And this position, I just want to go is queen side. I mean, I forget about my pawns, everything. I think just go attack. I think normally this position for black must be okay, but for engine, for machine is okay. But for humans, it looks not so easy because queen going e5 and queen knight e4, everything looks like crushed. I mean, it's like mate. For in the board, I was sure I like my position, and of course, I think I have very good attacks.
You seem to have bounced back from your loss like it was just nothing. You just tossed it away, and now you just seem to be on a roll, very confident.
Okay, again, I want to say it was like a mistake. And this, I mean, the last games I played were really safe chess, good chess, and just try to play chess. I mean.
You're playing chess indeed. Well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Shaq doing his thing, dunking on everybody in this tournament and rising to the top now. I think he's tied for first with Magnus. Magnus has a result that he has to get in, of course, but we'll see as one of the favorites in this tournament is showing his teeth.
Thank you, Maurice, and a lovely attack indeed. Yeah. And I kind of like the way Shaq was describing his build-up. He's going to lose pawns, but he just loves going after the king. We have that in American English. Do you use the word berserker?
Berserker, yes. But not so often.
Not often.
No,
But he was ready to go into berserk mode and sacrifice the whole queen side if necessary.
It's very, I mean, I think he had to. The pawn structure kind of determined that he had to do something. Like, otherwise, if he goes into an endgame in that particular position, well, you know, black is coasting.
Yeah.
But I
he's
definitely
sensing
agree.
The opportunity and he's going for it.
Yes, I think he's, you know, as you mentioned yesterday, chess puts him in a good mood, and he's an optimist. And optimists like to go forward. So
absolutely. Yes. Christian, what do you have? Let's go to Paris with MVL.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave just looking like he's catching form right now, and it seems like if you play the knight off against him, he just thinks you're a croissant because he has to eat you up. Looking at this game, you just simply dominated him in this game. It looked like he just didn't have a chance.
Yeah, well, I mean, the opening went very well for me. I had played this position, with white against Stanish in the last London Chess Classic, and it turned out really fine for me. And I think Sergei didn't worked the best way, and then suddenly all my pieces were in play, and yeah, he had a few too many weaknesses.
You were not so great coming into the day. You were at 50%. It seemed like you were trying to catch your stride. Now you've won 2 games in a row. You must be feeling like your star's on the rise.
Actually, 3, because I also won the last game of the previous day, and of course it's a great streak to have in the first place, because this is what Rapid and Blitz are all about. It's about getting a streak on, and then everything looks great, and you catch form, you catch confidence, all those things. But of course, I mean, once you've done that, the hardest part is to keep it going.
All right, well, we wish you luck in keeping it going in your last round.
Thank you.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I stand corrected, 3 in a row, one of the hottest players right now. It looks like there are 3 players in the competition. Maybe it's really just 2, Mamedyarov and MVL, because Carlsen is struggling to put some things together himself, but certainly they're giving a bit to the top as they try to close out the Rapids in style.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, we actually have a result. Wesley and Hikaru, the All-American match, that ended in a draw, which I think
was maybe
a little bit disappointment
for
Hikaru, because like I said, he had a great, I felt he had a great, well, for me it wasn't that part. I mean, I would say the middle game for me was where he was perhaps in control, where unless Black was doing something concrete on the King side, which I felt he wasn't, I thought, you know, his position deserved perhaps more than a pawn.
I'm sure he will feel disappointed, and you see, of course, as expected, the game between Sasha and Etienne has come down to blitz mode. The players are using their increments. Delay.
This is the lightning chess down at the chess club. You know, when the buzzer goes, we make moves.
But now, I mean, I feel that because Grishuk has been in time pressure, he's really using the 10 seconds.
Yes.
He's finally getting the rhythm of the clock, and he uses it to great effect. Except there, he just used it like 2 seconds to make his move.
Yeah, but I mean, definitely, if you're used to time pressure, you don't get flustered. I mean, this is one of the big problems with being in time trouble. You get flustered, and that's when the panic hits in, and your brain just is going, I don't know what's happening. You know, I just can't think, and all you're thinking is the actual fact, the clock ticking down. That's one of the irony, that you can't clear your head to think about moves. Instead, you're just thinking 10, 9, 8, and then panic hits in, and that's when you lose control. But Grishuk, being used to these kind of situations, of course.
Yes, and it feels like
that's
Fabiano
game over,
is
guys.
Game over.
What's going game over?
Yes, this would have been game over if Black after knight e4 would have played knight to h4, king to g3, knight to f3, then bishop e5 is coming, and this is just simply a checkmate. After bishop e5, bishop f4, rook g1, checkmate. Instead of that, I think something else happened on the board. White's position still looks very, very bad, but is not yet over. Nevertheless, after knight h4, king f2, I can just simply take this pawn, g3, g2. I'm going to go down the board, and that's going to be lights out.
It really feels like Sasha is playing very, very confidently as he realizes he's got the game under control.
And I think it's going to be Sasha, MVL, and Shak all tied up for the second place, right?
Because Magnus has not made progress?
No, definitely. Magnus is not winning. It doesn't seem like after...
easy draw.
Easy draw. This should be an easy draw. After king c4, perhaps e4, king b3. I'm actually not sure who's playing for a win in this position. With,
we have the result. It does look like
Alex Grishuk. So, yes, the pressure is on going on to the final round.
Well, he has a very deserved reputation as a great rapid and blitz player, and he's showing it. A lot of players are playing really well. And Fabiano, if he holds, Magnus is again going to be growling. I mean, the Tiger has let a few games slip away.
Exactly.
And to be tied for first, we opened the show. Magnus's road to victory and how easy it was going to be.
He knows it.
Well, exactly. I mean,
he knows it. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's dejected. He just wants to get over with his game and then just try to win the
he's
last
just,
one.
Yeah, I think he's just going to make a few courtesy moves and then...
Courtesy moves, I like
Okay.
that. Courtesy.
You know.
And look at, well, the glasses are back on. So
yes.
more speculation as to the world champion's frame of mind when he's...
He's still 1 point ahead, right?
He is 1 point ahead, but, you know, he could have had the opportunity to be
so much
more.
further
Right.
ahead. And now, remember, to escort the pawn with the king, get your king up the board, either f5 or e5. f5 is the more logical move.
Yep.
Rook goes behind check, king to e6.
And he's going to... Yep.
King to f7,
and then he'll
king
just go
d3.
and grab the e-pawn and then...
Let the players play to naked kings, and there we have
And
it.
Fabi escaped the draw.
Wow. Magnus.
Yes.
Growling, growling. We didn't see some of the finishes. We saw the finish there. But in the game that Grishuk won against Etienne, well, we may even have an interview with the players coming up. But it looked like Etienne went down because he lost his king side.
Yes. It looks like the endgame pressure was too much, and then, you know, he had to...
And I'm just having the final look-see of the game that Shaq won against Vesel and Topolov. This very important move, bishop h6, knocking out that defender on g7, opening up the g-file, knight f8, bishop takes g7, and Vesselin had seen enough, and he gave it a rest at this point.
Yeah, so we're going to go into... Okay, we'll soon go to Paris for some interviews with some of the players.
They're getting them set up.
Yes.
We'll turn it over to Cristian.
Let's
what
look at
caught your attention?
Let's look at the critical moment in the game between back row and Grishuk Alexander. As Maurice mentioned, these players were having a board full of pieces, and they only had 1 minute left on the clock. In this position, White should have played the move f3, defend the knight, and then take with the bishop on d4 in the future after something like f5, knight g5, queen f6, f4, or rook d1, just attacking the pawn on d4, and this would have patterned into a draw, most probably. Instead of that, he played queen takes d4, and after knight f4, entering this very, very unpractical endgame. Let's go back to Paris with Maurice.
We're with Fabiano Caruana after a draw against Magnus. You must feel like a tourist in this tournament right now, Fabi. You have not been playing very well, to be sure, but you did draw the world champions just now.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare so far. Pretty much every game has been bad, including this one. Although, I mean, at least I managed to defend this endgame.
How do you handle this kind of result? This has certainly never happened in your career as a professional.
I've had bad results, but this is the worst one I can remember in a very long time.
So how do you handle it? What do you do?
Well, there's not much to do. I keep playing the next game, even though I don't want to.
Well, honest enough, I'll let you get a chance to rest for the next round.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
A very game, Fabiano Caruana. I mean, in these moments, you just want to, find a cave, bury yourself, and say, "I can't believe what I just did."
Yeah, you just want to go to the toilet, have a scream, just kind of.
Yeah.
And then, but he shows he's professional. He just says, "Okay, fine."
You have to deal with it.
Gonna play.
But wow, it's.
Well, let's have a look at the standings and see what how the results have been influenced the standings.
Magnus still clinging to
his
now
1
a
point
1 point
lead, and tied for second place is Mamedjarov and Grishuk, of course, who had some fantastic victories just now. And
close behind, though.
Close behind, yes, of course, is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura. Remember, last year he won the Paris leg, but they're languishing on 10 points.
Yes, but with one rapid chess game to go to complete the rapid chess, the rapid chess games count for 2 points.
Yes.
Everything to play for in this final round.
And it will go over to Paris for some final thoughts from Maurice.
Well, the round is definitely an exciting one. It looks like there's some players on the rise. Certainly, Mamedjarov is looking quite good. Grishuk is looking quite good. And MVL is looking quite good. Can Magnus catch his form again? He's only drawn 2 games today after a hot start.
Well, I mean, after all, he drew Fabiano with black, he drew Karyakin with white. I mean, there is nothing wrong with it. He's still leading, he's playing against Etienne in the last round, so, well, normally, even the draw should be enough to at least share first in the tournament, so there is nothing dramatic there.
I don't know that he's looking for a share of first place, though. I think he wants to win.
He definitely wants to beat Etienne and to win this rapid event.
All right, so a big chance for Magnus against the lowest rated player in the tournament. He better do something because the rest of the players are just sizzling hot right now. We'll see what happens, and we'll bring you the action live from Paris.
Thank you, Maurice. Did you see he almost let slip? Normally Magnus should win.
I like the French commentator,
and he stepped back and he said, no. Draw, you know.
Right.
Well, we have Cristian who will give us his final thoughts.
Well, I'm very happy with the outcome of today, Yasser and Jovi. My top 3 horses are all in the top 3 places. Magnus Carlsen, Mamedyarov, and Grishuk, who I almost revised in round 3 when he was going into those crazy time troubles, and I almost wanted to change my prediction. But right now, Grishuk is looking on fire, Mamedyarov the same. Magnus Carlsen is slowing down a little bit, and we'll see what happens in the last round.
Thank you. And we do have a very exciting round in store.
We
Everything
do, final
I could
round,
say.
yes.
And we have a special teaser.
We have a nice little feature where before the event we asked the players how they thought they would get on. I'm guessing Fabiano didn't get it right.
He didn't get it right.
But yeah, have a look, and we'll see you after the break.
Feels good to be back here. It's nice and warm, and the venue is beautiful.
I won the title last year, and this year everyone's trying to prevent that from happening again. So I'm going to have to fight my way through it. Yeah, it's a difficult fight uphill.
I would say I'm just lucky because I got a wild card. Last year I think I was in because of my results. So in a way it's like a gift for me to be here and play all these strong players.
I feel pretty confident. I've had some practice the last 2 weeks. I played in Norway, so I played a lot of chess against top players, and now I'm ready to play some more.
It's a series of tournaments which is something new for me, because normally, okay, I have just played in Norway, but it was only one tournament. But here I should try to play and to show my best in every tournament, which is much more difficult.
It's great to play in Paris, of course. I'm able to see all my friends, which generally I do when I'm not on playing a tournament. Maybe a bit more exhausting at the end, but I think the fun is worth it.
I was near to play this tournament. I mean, last 2 years, every time my rating it was near, but the first time I play here. I hope I can show my best games. I will try to play fighting chess.
Very happy to be playing now, right after a few bad events. Nice to get back on the horse and have a chance to redeem myself.
What I like very much is that now a lot of tournaments of the tour are rapid and blitz. I feel it's a big improvement. For my whole life I like it much more than the classical chess.
In blitz I'm having a very hard time. Rapid, I believe I do have my hopes, my chances.
Actually, I had a very good event here last year. It's just that Hikaru had one of the best combined rapid and blitz. Not just he, but anybody's played in recent years. So I'm hoping to still improve on that, and hopefully it will be enough to claim first place this time.
It's only been a year, but it feels like it's been even longer to me. So certainly it's great to be back, and I'm looking forward to another great event. Hopefully I can win for a second year in a row.
To play all top players like this, I know it will be tough. I'm very happy to play, of course, but I hope the good feeling will continue.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello, and we're back for the final rapid round of the day, in fact.
Round 9 indeed, and
Yes.
you see the players at the board.
All waiting to begin.
The
It's their
knights
last round
of
of rapid
sharp.
chess, yeah.
Ooh, and let us take a look at our matchups.
Yes.
Grishuk versus Shaq Mamidarov. That is a huge one.
Yes,
And
definitely. And of course, Magnus. Magnus
our
will be looking
tournament
to
leader.
beat Etienne back row. And
MVL will be looking to take advantage of the luckless Fabianka.
Yes, and of course we have Veselin and Hikaru. There's
And
also another match.
Hikaru will be, although he's with the black pieces, he'll be looking at Topalov and saying, "You're in a spin cycle. I'll try to take advantage as well." So a lot of key matchups in this, the final.
This is the final
game
round of the rapid. So let's take a look at the standings. This is a very key game. So nursing a 1-point advantage, that is world champion Magnus Carlsen. In tied second, we have Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Alexander Grishuk. And of course, they're facing each other, so this is a very important game. And trailing, just by a little bit though, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Hikaru Nakamura.
And all of these players will be cheering for this man, Etienne back row. Come on, Etienne. Play the game of your life against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. You can do it. And it looks like a Joko piano, bishop c4 by Magnus has been just been played.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'll bring it up on our screen. And also between Grishuk and Shaq has been
if someone wins, they can even leapfrog. If
yes,
Magnus,
as both
Magnus
these
only
players
has a 1-point advantage.
are tied for second. And MVL again, another Joko piano. That seems to be the dominant opening theme amongst elite players. These Joko piano positions. And let's keep just our going around the horn. Do we have another one? Yes. This is Magnus Etienne.
Here we have a
different version of this.
In English.
And finally, something I like, Wesley So versus Sergei Karyakin. It's in English. We call this a reverse dragon.
That's right,
yes. And Cristian, where would you like to take us?
Well, let me tell you one thing, Yasser. If Magnus Carlsen doesn't win his game and allows one of the two, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov or Alex Grishuk, to catch up, he's going to be fuming. In this particular game between Grishuk and Mamedyarov, we don't see a Joko piano. We see an open Rui. And most probably after the move d5, bishop b3, d5, take on e5, we have quite an unbalanced position, but we've seen Mamedyarov outplaying Caruana and having very, very powerful analysis in this line. So I'm looking forward to see what these two theoreticians are going to unveil for us.
Exactly.
Big
prep.
Yeah, as we saw, as Cristian mentioned, it was complete prep. Everything was prepped between himself and Fabi, and he said, bishop c1 was needed instead of...
Shaq really showed great familiarity in that position. Talking about a theoretical duel, I'm just looking at the game of Veselin Topalov, Hikaru Nakamura. We have this bishop f4, queen's gambit approach, a2, a3. And in the good old days of Karpov and Korchnoi, this was knight d2 was one of Viktor Korchnoi's favorite approaches to this particular line of the Queen's Gambit.
I think these days it's more popular to go rook d1.
Yes.
But
knight d2, bishop b4, not a real move that you would expect.
Yes.
But Veselin quickly played, I believe he did, I was just looking at the
rook
c1. And this is an intriguing idea. If takes, big, massive trade. Veselin loves his two bishops. I'm sure e6, e5 is on Hikaru's agenda as he's looking for an opportunity to play d4 as soon as the bishop moves. Cristian, You got some insight for us? Or you didn't play
Well,
C1?
if I remember correctly, we actually played this game yesterday in one of our blitz matches.
Poolside. Everybody's thinking about our poolside blitz.
Very, very similar
Sure.
structure. And in this position, white plays c takes d5, e takes d5, knight to b3, forcing black to make a decision. Bishop takes c3 is forced, b takes c3, queen d8. Obviously, white has obtained the bishop pair, but black has a very, very nice structure because of these two weaknesses in white's camp. I still prefer white because I'm going to go bishop e2, castle, put my knight on d4, and then try to focus all my attention on the d5 pawn. At the right moment, potentially, I could also play c4, exchange these two pawns, and transpose into a game of two bishops versus a bishop and a knight, most probably in the endgame. And that could fare well for white.
All right, thank you. And Cristian, and let's just take a look at Magnus's game. If I can pull that. This is the very important game that I was keeping an eye out to. The game between Grishuk and Shaq. We do have, as mentioned, the open Rui Lopez with.
So as we can see, we already Grishuk has varied. From Caruana's game, so we saw c3 being played, so there is no knight takes bishop on
knight
b3.
Takes, on b3, right. And this is the game, literally, of the round. Can the world champion Magnus create some kind of a gap between his nearest rivals? We have, once again, this Joko piano, this time with a2, a4, castles rook e1, h6, h3, and, well, we're still in the thick of theory.
Yes.
The players are playing slowly. They could have gotten here in a blitz
Yeah, they
game,
could have gotten here in
right?
in 10 seconds. These guys know it. So I guess
backwards and forwards,
whether black will play bishop a7 or perhaps go rook e8 with this bishop e6.
Bishop e6 ideas.
Bishop e6 immediately, as we've seen, has been very popular.
Which was actually the move that was played in the game.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6 was played?
Yes.
All right. And Magnus
Bishop takes e6.
Captured on e6, f takes e6, and went with a queenside expansion.
So this is like his game against Vichy in the last round of Stavanger. It was something very similar. I think Magnus was playing on the black side of things.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that black, even though he has double pawns, he will be looking to take advantage of this half-open f-file, especially in conjunction with the sleeping bishop on a7, eyeballing f2 square. Oftentimes we see ideas like queen on d8 to e8, knight h5, and black has a freer life. Is this what Magnus really wanted against the man with the target on his back?
Well, yeah, I think he knows his position very well. I know in the Stavanger game, the last round, Magnus playing black was struggling against Vichy. So perhaps he's hoping to recreate some of the,
the themes from
there. I think we saw a funny rook a2. Computing.
Yes, rook a2 to defend the f2 square.
Yeah.
Your take, Cristian, is Magnus pleased with this outcome?
I think he's definitely pleased because he enjoys playing this type of maneuvering positions. I remember the game of him and Karyakin in their World Championship match when he actually needed a win, and I remember vividly this structure. He entered an endgame and then he grinded down black in a very, very famous, nice game. And yes, he's just simply maneuvering his pieces. He's going to trade, most probably at the right moment, the dark square bishop. And then we're just going to see a long grind from the World Championship. His style is this Etienne style. He's going to have to think. He's going to have to come up with his own plans. And if he doesn't manage to do that in a timely manner, then he's going to end up in trouble quite quickly.
You're referring, of course, to that famous Game 10 where Magnus Carlsen was trailing by a point with 3 games to go. And I will remind you, however, it was Sergei who actually missed an opportunity for a, perpetual repetition. And that would have left Sergei in the lead with 2 games to go. But you're right, it was the same structure, e5, e6, that Magnus showed flawless technique when he got into that ending.
And have we seen rook a2 being played? Or is that us?
That was, I think that was in fact
Rook
played.
A2, and I think we also have we have 2 Joker pianos this.
Yes, this round. I think
round.
MBL is also deep into a Joko piano as well. Well, for what Etienne has done is he's routed his knight as Queen's Knight to C6 to E7 to G6. He's asking, he's clearly eyeballing the F4 square. Perhaps it's not a good idea to jump immediately because of the bishop takes F4, takes D4. Notice that this bishop on A7 has just been shut out of the game thanks to this move D4, and white will quickly play for E4, E5,
yes.
and the pawn on E6 is going to be left behind. So you don't jump immediately to F4, you make some developing move, Queen D7, Rook F7, Rook F8 type of thing. It's a maneuvering game, just as Christian has described. Where else would you like to take us, Christian?
Well, how about another Joko piano with a rook on A2 in this position between Vachier and Fabiano. Black just played A5, and now white has to play this move, B takes A5, unless he wants to end up in some sort of trouble. If he doesn't do that, if he plays the natural, by the way, I feel this is the natural move, B5. But the problem is that right now I'm going to play C5, and I'm going to completely shatter your pawn structure in the center. If you take, I'm going to take back with the pawn, and next move, I'm going to continue with C5, no matter what you do. I definitely like what Fabiano is doing with this A5. He's enticing white to stabilize the structure with B5, and I don't know, this is not a very natural move for me, but if Vachier plays it, then perhaps it's just going to be a pawn up.
All right, well, we see Fabiano playing the French defense, but without the light square bishop, the bishop on B7.
He did take, yes.
He did take on A5, and Fabiano immediately essayed the move C5.
Nice. The game between Hikaru and Veselin Topalov has certainly heated up. We didn't anticipate white's approach to this position. The bishop E2 was predicted, but knight E4 right away.
Yeah.
And Veselin said, I don't like your knight. Kicked it back, and look at this, grab some space on the king side. Very dynamic move, G to G4. Do you like it? Is that the first move that came to your mind as a blitz?
It wasn't the face. I mean, okay, now that I've calmed down, because you know these kind of moves provide some kind of excitement for you. You think,
exactly.
Whoa, what happened there? Now that I've calmed down, I can see that it's probably not that easy for black to exploit.
Well, was it prophylactically aimed at preventing this awkward move, knight h5? So G4.
I mean, there are no natural ways for black to undermine this pawn on G4. You know, I don't have black doesn't have a light square bishop, so I'm not particularly vulnerable on the dark squares. I mean, the only weak point I can see is E3, but while the bishop is there on F4, that's...
As long as the bishop stationed on F4, that pawn on E3 is not really a weakness.
Christian.
Yes, I want to focus on this game between Grischuk and Mamediyarov to see what happened after bishop f4. Castle was played knight d4, very normal move, knight a5, going after this bishop on b3. Now, if you retreat, I can potentially go something like knight c4, and my position is going to be perfectly fine. Instead of that, white played the move f3, very, very precise move. Knight takes b3, a takes b3, knight c5, and now it's white's move. But if he goes something like b4, this seems to be like quite serious advantage for white. I think the only good move is knight to a4, b3, knight to b6, very forced variation. I'm going to grab your dark square bishop so that I can use my dark square bishop to enter your position. Knight takes e7, queen takes e7, bishop to e3. And once again, this is going to be a play for 2 results for white. And Grischuk might actually jump in the first place if Magnus doesn't win.
Wow, well, I like this approach for white. Yes, I love that the dark square, if there is a flaw in the open Spanish for black. It is the C5
C5
square.
yeah.
And that pawn on b4, bishop on e3 in the final position that you just showed, Christian, is a model position for white.
It's beautiful. You have control over the C5 square. You have possibilities of running with F4, F5.
And now you might see rook F2 to A2
Yeah,
going
rook
after
F2,
the
yes,
A6
yes.
pawn. Okay.
Of course.
Going to the game between Wesley So, who is still stalking the leaderboard. He's playing against Sergei Kiryakin in a reverse dragon. He made an intriguing decision. Normally, I don't like this decision that Wesley played. He gave up his bishop for merely doubling this pawn on b6. Normally speaking, that this bishop on the dark square can sometimes even come to the c5 square. Sergei went for bishop f6, and now it's really looks like a reverse Sicilian. Oftentimes in a Sicilian as black, you do put a knight on b4. I'm going to say that Wesley has created an imbalanced position, and all three results are possible. You keep talking about two results, Christian, and when you're playing in the world's elite, two results is already achieving something.
It's basically everything you can hope for. And yes, in this position, Wesley did play the move knight b5, trying to solidify his dominance on the queen side. But he's leaving behind some squares. For example, right now I'm not really sure what happens after the move f4. I have the two bishops. I'm going to try to open up the position towards your king and try to make use of my dynamic potential. So we will see what's going to happen in this game. Again, a game for three results. Whoever is the better player is going to win.
Okay.
I have to say, I like the black side.
You do?
I do. Yeah, the bishop looks great to me. I'm never very sure. There's also strategic weakness on d3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a double pawn on b6, but okay.
What can you do?
I can live
You
with
can't have
that.
everything. Jovi, do you say like your black side? Take a look at the game of Magnus Carlsen and Etienne Becquerel. Etienne, eyeballing the operations on the f-file, just played this move as kind of a ringing of a bell. Knight h5, opening up the f-file for the rook, eyeballing the f4 square. There's a tactic that you can't fall for. This would be a bad move. Knight takes e5, queen takes h5, because guess what? Knight takes d3, and everything is collapsing. Bishop on a7, rook on f8, everything hitting f2. That Magnus could not afford. He played bishop e3, trade, knight on h5 to f4, posting up, ideally on the square f4. Do you like? What do you like?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't
An
know
honest
because I'm imagining that White's counterplay would be based on d4.
Right.
Right, and then the weakness of the double pawns on the E line, the e5 and e6, will start to show itself because they're not very flexible. I can't advance them. I can't do anything, and if nothing happens on the open F line or the GT point, then no sacrifice. Then I have a very nice plan of just simply harmonizing everything towards the center. So, but again, it's scary stuff. It is very scary to have. Well, we haven't chatted to Maurice in a while, so let's go over to Paris and say hello to Maurice.
Ask him for his opinion. Maurice.
Hey, we miss you guys all the way back home in St. Louis, but we're enjoying ourselves in Paris, looking at some of these games. And this one looks like the first game that Mamedyarov looks like he's in some trouble. It does not look like he's handled the Spanish very well. Knight c6 has happened. Usually I tell my students, don't put one piece in the opponent's position unless there's some things that are going to follow behind it. But this knight looks like an advanced scout, having leapt into the position and forcing this kind of weird construction by the black pieces.
Definitely something went wrong for black in this game. White played on move 10, bishop f4, which I think is not very common. And it looks like Mamedyarov didn't find the appropriate reaction because the current position is really terrible for white. This knight on c6, the pawn on b4, this very nice square on d4, the pawn on a6 is very weak. And later on, white wants to remove this bishop from f4 and play maybe f4 and try to push f5. This looks like a very easy game for white so far.
Well, he's going to have to show his stuff as he's been doing so far in the competition, but Grisha playing really well and also making a bid for the top place here. We have another game of importance, of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who has been surging. He reminded us that he won 3 games in a row so far, and now he's looking against Fabiano Caruana, who is the tail ender, who's finally drew another game after so many losses. This position, though, looks like White does have some small edge after this A5 excursion. Now we see that both sides have double pawns. What do you think are White's chances here of winning this game?
I think the chances are very high. This looks like another real pass that went wrong for Black. Of course, it's not so clear, but, material is equal, and both players have double pawns. But on the other hand, it is clear that the D4 pawn is going to fall very soon. When, the A5 pawn, it is not a very strong pawn, but it is not going to be easy to take it. I think White is much better. He also has more space. The queen on B5 is very well placed. The bishop on A3 has a very nice diagonal, and you remember this knight on G6 you were not happy with. This is the same. We don't know what is exactly the target of this piece here.
Yes, this knight looks like it has no future as this pawn is well overprotected. Looking at one more position, we see the game between Magnus Carlsen and Etienne Bacrot. Magnus goes for this minimalist stuff all the time, and he's played this before, and I think he'd even played on the black side if you asked him to. Doesn't look like he has much here, but we know that he's the strongest player in the world.
Yeah, this is clearly the kind of position where nobody with White manages to create any problem against him, and that he always wins with White. So I'm not exactly impressed by his opening, but on the other hand, he's always winning this kind of position, so who am I to say anything?
Well, we'll see whether or not Etienne Bacrot can hold off the Magnus Storm as the round continues, starting to get into the critical stages.
Thank you very much.
I like that comment. Who am I to say anything? Magnus always wins with White.
Yeah.
I mean, it was after his World Championship match with Vichy. We came up with this term, the Magnus advantage. No one can win this except Magnus.
Except Magnus. Well, chess is a very simple game. It's a game of 2 players, each player getting 16 pieces on a 64 square board, and at the end of the game, Magnus wins.
Yes.
Chess is very simple.
Yes.
Cristian.
Well, I have to admit, I'm actually quite impressed with what Magnus is doing in this position. He did play e4. Kudos to you, Jovi. You proposed d4 and the counterattack in the center. This knight on f4 looks very good for the moment, but let's say I'm going to go queen f6, which seems like a very natural move. Now, important idea to understand in this position is that I have to deal with this knight on f4. The rook on e3 is extremely, extremely powerful, covering the whole third rank, defending this important knight on f3. So now I'm going to play king h3, king h2, then I'm going to push g3, then I'm going to ask you, what are you going to do with your knight? Put the king back to g2, rook goes to d2, the other rook goes to d3, and then I'm just going to have a blasting battery on the d file. At the right moment, I'm going to open up, and this looks very, very uncomfortable from the black's perspective.
Thank
yes,
you.
Indeed. Again, Cristian, forcibly to mention, once again, that Game 10 of the New York World Championship match where Magnus really showed the deficits of the doubled e-pawns. It was a magnificent performance, a needed one. He tied the match, went into overtime, and he won in rapids the overtime match.
I mean, I think he loves playing against this pawn structure, this doubled e-pawn structure.
And let's just take a look at the world rankings of our field in this tournament, and there you have some of the elite of the elite.
So this is a universal rating system, so it combines a rapid, a classical, and a blitz rating and pushes
all in one.
All in one, yeah.
And when you combine all 3 chess disciplines, that's where the Magnus effect really does come into play, as there's a significant gap between him and number 2, Hikaru Nakamura. And let's go back to Paris.
Let's hear what they have to say.
Some excitement happening now on a couple of other boards we didn't look at. This one between Wesley So and Sergei Karyakin, neither player playing very impressive chess at the moment, but now they get a chance to battle against each other. And it looks like Wesley has sort of let the rope go a little bit, not so much necessarily as he's going after the b6 pawn, but these bishops look quite impressive. And Karyakin decided, hey, a pawn is a pawn, I'm going to take it right now, looking for some breakthrough in the center of the board.
Yeah, this is probably around equal. I mean, black should take on this replay, well, like the computer says, and then some bishop f1, knight takes b6. This is around equal. I think his opening was not a big success. And on the previous move, of course, if black wanted to even play for a win, he could play this nice move, knight b4, pawn takes b4, queen takes b5. And I'm not sure what is going on here. Of course, white has very nice pieces, but on the other hand, black looks quite safe as well. Probably this is also around equal.
Well, one position that you might say is around equal, but looks completely crazy, is this one between Topalov and Nakamura. You know Nakamura wants to win this game. He's looking all out for the win in this position. And look at these pawns having gone g5, f5, h5. Who cares about a castle-king position? He just wants to attack and crush Topalov in this position. What do you think are his chances here of winning the game?
Well, like you said, this is maybe around equal as well, but this is another kind of equality. I have no idea who is going to win this game. It is really interesting, everything what's happening. Nakamura provoked this move f3, which is very smart strategically, but then Topalov just went for it, g4 and so on. And now it is black who go for it, so I don't really know who wants to mate who in that game.
I think they both want to mate each other if it's possible at all, but it's going to be a wild one as round 9 is set to conclude. Nakamura needing to win if he's going to keep pace with Magnus and a couple of other horses who are trying to stake their claim in this competition.
Two of the world's most dynamic players, showing why they're considered the most dynamic players. Neither player backing down in that game. No. And the Kings are going to be blowed open, as we might say. Oh boy. And talking about a position where, again, I think a lot of people were thinking that black's position wasn't that bad, was bad, and I didn't feel it. Caruana versus MVL, again, it strikes me as a very Frenchy position, and without the light square bishops, of course in the French defense, white always has a lot of space, and oftentimes it is about who best controls the d4 square, but black is looking at knight c6, knight f5 to control the square, and there is a weak pawn on a4. So I think Fabi is riding the ship after a very, very rocky tournament.
I think he has a more straightforward plan, and this counts for a lot, just to have a nice straightforward plan. And aside from attacking b7, I'm not really sure.
That's the only weakness that I see.
That's the only weakness that I can see, and black, it's very easy, just attack and win a.
Christian, Magnus, a world champion, our tournament leader, has followed your prescription with King H2 and G3.
Absolutely.
And how is Etienne dealing with that?
We have some interesting developments for sure. In this position after Queen F6, which again I thought is a natural move, white did play King H2, attacking, threatening to play G3, King G2. If white manages to stabilize the position on the king side, then strategically he's going to be almost winning. So black immediately tried to destabilize the position with E takes D4, C takes D4, E5. E5 has a dual purpose. He's trying to take on D5, and he's also trying to reroute his knight to E6, perhaps G5, and threaten white's position. D5 was played, taking away the E6 pawn, the E6 square, and in this position black only has one good move in my opinion, and that is C6, to try to get once again the knight back to E6. If you go G3, I'm actually going to leave that knight there and take on D5. If you take on F4, I'm going to go D4, and this is going to be madness on the board. Who knows what's happening here? But yeah, I definitely feel Magnus has the upper hand still.
Oh, very good.
Yes. I think it's necessary to go C6. Otherwise, you get Magnus's dream type position. You know, just pressure on the C7 pawn and.
Exactly, that was my view as well. Etienne will have to develop concrete counterplay because of the weakness along the C7 pawn, and it's so easy for white to shift his rooks and target the pawn. We've got a Donnybrook in the making.
Yeah, we have to check out the position.
we would say it's a Western, shootout.
It's a shootout, yes.
Between these two great players. Of course, I'm referring to Veselin Topalov, Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru just played this move, F7, F5, attacking or opening up the king side, knight B3 to D4.
I love this
In the
move.
previous game, you see this knight that Veselin had on b6
Yeah.
that never got into the game. Veselin said, I don't want to repeat my previous round's experience. Let me bring it into play. And it's a very powerful knight. It's eyeballing the bishop on e6 as well as the pawn on f5. If you feel compelled to capture on d4, well, maybe this is not exactly what
I was also
Hikaru
thinking
wanted.
maybe it's possible to even take with the e-pawn. I mean, it looks strategically not something I would like to do, but I was thinking dynamically that it might be quite interesting
You
with the
want
bishop.
to use the
Yeah, I want to use
e-file,
the
you
e-line, I want to put my bishop on d3, and I want to start, okay, I'm going to accept that my bishop may get locked out with a timely f4, but...
Yeah, I was a little bit greedier than that. I wanted to take like this, anticipating that now I've kept your knight bottled up. The knight on d7 really doesn't want to allow this bishop to ever land on the e5 square. And, well, I mean, whose chances do you like better? I'm not sure. I think I feel pretty comfortable as white.
I'm not sure.
Not sure?
I'm not sure.
Absolutely. I like white. In this
You like
position.
white as well?
I definitely like the dark square bishop.
It's a joy
It's
to
a
behold.
powerhouse. It's a powerhouse.
In the matchup between the two players, shared second, Christian, you've got the position.
Extremely important matchup, and we've seen some incredible developments. In this position, black played bishop h4, and white essayed the move bishop g3. I'm going to hunt down that bishop, and I'm going to exchange it at all costs, because my advantage is on dark squares. If I manage to exchange your dark square bishop, then I'm going to just like fly around the dark squares. You're going to be left with a bad bishop on e6, and that's going to be trouble for you. Bishop takes g3, h takes g3, f6, rook e1, f takes e5, knight takes e5. I want to exchange these two knights, and then I'm going to have good knight versus bad bishop. I'm going to go knight b3, queen d4, knight c5, rook a1, complete dark square strategy. This looks very, very bad for Mamediarov.
Our producer, Tom, has never heard such vulgarity. A bad bishop. He hasn't heard that. Explain why it's a bad bishop.
It's a bad bishop because he simply doesn't have any targets, and he's also blocked by his own pawns. And I can circle around with my knight, plant it on c5, and again I'm going to concentrate all my pieces on the dark squares. Your light square bishop is basically useless.
That's why they
That's
call it a bad bishop.
bishop.
All right. And let's go back to the game of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, let's check that one out.
I mean, what developments? Etienne having, boys, Sergei's March of the Cavalry. Look at that game between Wesley So and Sergei Karyakin. A lot of action going on. Okay,
C6
he
has been
did
played.
find the one move in the position, as you said, that is keeping Etienne alive is this move c7, c6. One of the things you have to be careful about always when you're is weaknesses in your position, and this pawn on c7 is a backward pawn on an open file, c7, c6, and I really liked your idea for sacrifice. I'm almost certain Magnus is not going to capture this knight, because after you, Christian, the line you mentioned,
but
c
I don't think he will capture the knight.
You think he'll recapture on d5?
On d5, if he would choose this.
Yes, exactly, and that would force the knight to pass the square. But then the structure, unless you have something very concrete, and you very well may, then Etienne will be pleased that he got rid of his c7 pawn for the e4 pawn. But I was really compelled to look at that knight sacrifice. G takes f, d4, gaining a tempo against the rook. The rook needs to keep this knight protected because queen takes f4 check is on the agenda. Rook goes over, queen takes f4, knight g3. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. Let's go and find out with thoughts of Maurice Ashley in Paris.
Well, Mamediarov had been playing some real power chess, some real class of his own almost, the way he's just been playing. But right now, Grishuk is putting on a master class as to how you play against the open Ruy Lopez, because he's got Mamediarov tied up in knots on the dark squares. Just look at this position. After the trade of dark squared bishops here, he thought maybe he would solve his problems by doing that, but that's exactly what Grischuk wanted, was to see this bishop trade here. And after f6, rook e1. Note this pawn on f6 is guarding a dark square, so he doesn't care if you keep trading it off. Just keep making the dark square pieces disappear. And now he's left with an anemic light squared bishop after the move queen to g6. He simply played knight to b3. This knight is headed to d4. This rook is pressuring this pawn. This pawn is going nowhere at all. This bishop is just simply going to be shooting on air, blanks completely, as it has nothing at all to do. White looks like he's almost up a piece right now. The engines are going crazy, saying White feels like it's at least a pawn advantage in his hands, even though he's not even up anything at all. This is pure domination by Grischuk.
Nicely. And this is such a crucial battle.
Yes, of course. You know, let's check out the current standings to find out how this match will impact on the standings. So,
both players with 11 points, trailing Magnus by 1 point. A victory is worth 2
points. So,
if
Magnus Carlsen draws and we have a decisive result in that encounter, then the winner will tie with Magnus in the lead.
And MVL trying to put the pressure on Fabiano. He's at 10. Hikaru likewise trying to put the pressure on Topalov. Maybe both of those players could jump to 12. So how important are these games? They're deciding the outcome of the Rapids. Christian, what do you have for us?
I keep on hearing that's a battle for the second place. Well, what if Magnus loses? And then one of those guys leapfrogs Magnus and actually takes sole lead. Because the game is blowing up. Black did play c6, g3, and now c takes d5. This is no man's land. Nobody knows what's really happening here. You have to take this knight. If you don't, if you take on d5, this structure is actually not that good for White, because I have this very, very powerful pawn on e5. I'm going to go back, knight h5, queen f7, knight f6, going to put some pressure on the d5 pawn, get control over the c file, and that's going to be very, very difficult for White to deal with. Instead of that, he has to take on f4 after d4, rook d3, knight takes f4. This could be any man's game.
Wow. Ooh, well, I told you. And,
we have a series.
We have those moves on the board.
But we don't have rook d3 on
no,
the board.
Not rook d3.
We have a3. Was it a3?
Which is actually the best move.
Knight
takes, yes.
Knight takes f4. So a sacrifice of a knight for 2 pawns, but White's king is feeling some heat as the pawn shield is broken.
What is the time situation like?
Current time situation. Christian?
Magnus is down to 7 minutes, while back row is on 13 minutes. That's a huge lead for Black.
Yes. What a time for the Frenchman, Etienne Bacrot, and the wild card to come and play again a great game. And he's such a very strong player. I mean, it's only the field that's making him look bad. I mean, he's one of the world's top players.
Like we said, like we saw, you know,
on
this
any
morning,
given Sunday,
26.88. You know, not a bad, very good rating. So.
Exactly. So, okay, but you know, it is an amusing thing to note that White has doubled his rooks on the A file, which is not an open file. That doesn't go in the coach's handbook of how to teach your scholastic students. You do not double on a closed file. But there it is.
But there it is.
He's won, materially speaking, he has a knight for 2 pawns. But so, I like Black's chances, frankly.
And how do you... Okay, you know, one thing, though, is that Black has to follow in a concrete way.
Right.
I would double on the F-file.
Very good.
Doubling on the F-file, I'm looking at... I'm essaying Queen E6 to eyeball the H3 pawn, so that the F-file will be for the major pieces. There's even something to be said to look at the C-file, too, you know, to try to leverage this pawn on D4 with the rooks on C3.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking that Black has the nice possibility, once he's doubled on the F-line, of cutting this horizontal defense of the rook on A3 with a well-timed D3.
Ah, yes, nice. So you want to double on the f-file, so
Yes.
that you got these
I have-
tactical shots on against the knight on f3.
Yeah, I'm very direct.
And then you're going to throw in the d4, d3
Yeah, then I'm
punch.
gonna throw in d5 and then
Given the fact that you would have to choose which side you would like to play, Cristian, keep in mind a rapid game, not a classical game where you can think about, how to neutralize the initiative. Rapid, it's very hard. Which side do you prefer?
With the pressure on my shoulders, with low time control, I think I will take black in this position. Absolutely.
Yes.
And white did play knight e1, getting his knight out of harm's way. And indeed, rook f7 would be the best move in the position. Let's look at something like knight g3. I'm going to put my rook on f8, and then in the future I'm going to play g6, h5, h4, relocate this knight from g3, and it's just going to be a slow initiative for black. You don't actually have to do anything explosive immediately. It's going to be slow play, and Magnus is going to try to find some way of using his extra material.
Well, again, I'm not impressed by his rooks. Maybe in that exact position that you had, maybe it's time to play rook on a3 to f3 to try to just neutralize.
That loses on the spot. Yes.
No way.
Queen to e6.
Oh, a double hit.
You have to look at the whole board.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
How do you defend the h3 pawn? I think right now you have to sacrifice, and then I'm just going to take.
I'm not going to
and
do
this doesn't look very inspiring for
No,
white.
no.
But it just goes to show, actually, if he's not tactically aware
Alert.
or
yes.
alert, these kind of tricks do happen because it's very easy to forget about a loose rook on a2.
True that. I mean, nothing over there attacking it. But that queen e6 is a very cagey move. Looking at the game between MVL and Fabiano Caruana, 4 versus 4. However, it's about the structure and
a
the
king
last
safety.
move.
I think also
yes.
king safety is a little
Big-
bit,
big
and
factor.
I'm a little bit. Yeah, I mean the one thing that I always go by in these heavy piece, I call them heavy piece endgames.
Major piece endings.
Yes.
The
It's just,
American term.
this is my.
But heavy.
I call them heavy, but
Because of the weight.
yeah, more or less, because I have some strange expressions. So, yeah, both sides are very shaky. There's a lot of air around the white king. I can imagine if black were able to get a rook to a1, but at the same time, black as well has some problems on the back rank.
Well, we've just seen Fabi not defending this pawn on e6, which has clearly been targeted by MVL. He's played the counter-attacking rook
I like
a3,
that.
which I'm all for as
Yes.
well, saying if I can capture this pawn on g3, the pawn on f4 may be the next one to drop, and whose king is more drafty?
Drafty, yes.
That's
yes,
okay.
yes, that's okay. Yeah.
That's okay. But there is this move, queen g4, which not only defends the... No, what am I... Why isn't the queen on d1? I thought the queen was on d1. I was about to play the illegal move, queen g4. Oh my
Too
goodness.
much S-chess.
I think it's the Starbucks cappuccino is really beginning to kick in. Okay, Cristian, take it away from me before I blunder a rook, a queen, illegal move. It's bad.
Well, black didn't play the move rook f7 and go for a slow initiative. Instead, he decided to open up the center with d5, which, by the way, is very, very natural. Unfortunately, you're giving this knight some purpose. You remember, the knight on g3 after g6, h5, and h4 would have felt a little bit uncomfortable, but right now after knight g3, which was played in the game, after an exchange on the e4, I'm going to plant that knight on e4, then I'm going to exchange this knight, and potentially the knight on e4 is going to become my primed piece for defense. So I don't like this d5. It does feel natural. The computer don't like it, but black definitely still has a lot of initiative left.
A lot of compensation.
Yes.
But I did like the slow play
play.
very, very much because the knight on g3 is basically boxed in. The pawn on
Exactly,
e4 doesn't, but with this move d5, the e4 square becomes available, and then suddenly the knight, the extra piece, will start to shine. All right, let us see. By the way, after rook a3, what is MVL going to play if not queen g4?
he did play king f2.
He did play
king
king
f2.
f2.
Whoa.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, we take a deep pause here because queen a7, rook a2, king on f2 could be potential target. h5.
This is my instinct to go h5 and then try to undermine with.
Except white now shifts his rooks. He says, I'm not satisfied with the 6th rank. I'm happier
7th, yes.
going to the 7th, the refreshment rank, and doubling rooks on
very complicated.
Direct idea. So double edge position, and each move could determine it swings on exactly this moment. Critical moments, and the players not in time trouble. 8 minutes to 7 minutes.
I'm thinking maybe Queen A7 could be a possibility as well.
Also,
just
to stop that.
To stop the Rook B7, and also I remember once I studied this Bent Larsen book on the Good Move Guide, and I suggested he has these positional plans and it's fantastic exercises. And I kind of thought, okay, I'm going to play my king on h1, and I remember it was like, no one would put their king on h1 in an open diagonal. And it wasn't even that open, it was a bit drafty. And here, the same thing goes here. I really like Queen a7, just to, unless there's something immediately wrong.
Well, Queen a7, Rook takes e6.
Rook takes e6.
You've got to prove that the pawn... But the king is
dodgy. that is the goal,
Right,
the goal,
that
to
is
hunt
the goal.
the king.
As Nigel Short would say, the squares and active pieces are nice, but checkmate ends the game. You bet it does. All right, let's go back to Magnus and Etienne. We have just seen the move d6, d5, which was questioned by Cristian. Knight e1 to g2, taking aim at this knight on f4, inviting black to trade on e4. Etienne to play. How does he continue? I mean, d5 is just a shot in the dark, and I don't see a continuation. I see moves for white. Queen g4 is on white's agenda. Just a lot of nice, active-looking moves, and to shift the rooks as well. Cristian.
No, d5 was simply a misjudgment. He didn't understand what he has to play for. He had to play for the slow initiative on the f-file. Instead of that, he plays for the center initiative coupled with the activity on the c-file. Unfortunately, my knights are extremely powerful. We know that a knight next to the king is the best defender that you can get. White has 2 of them. So after rook c8, knight g2, I'm not really sure how black is going to continue. Let's say he's going to make a neutral move such as this one. Now I'm going to take on d5, knight takes d5, knight to e4. Slowly, it seems like white is improving his position, and after queen f5, I can just propose the queen exchange, and my position is going to be fine.
Again, that knight on e4 makes such a pleasing impression.
Huge difference.
The pillar,
nice
the rock
blockade,
of Gibraltar. Yes.
Yasser.
I cringe. Okay, well, and again, let's take a look at the big game of Alex and Shaq. But first, Paris.
Yes, first.
Yes, well, it's not often that we look at some positions that we say, wow, that's a spectacular draw, but it looks like 2 positions have some tricky draws that look like they will happen in the game. This one, first of all, Topalov versus Nakamura. Topalov just shut down the attack of Nakamura's and neutralized the position, and now they're in this position right here. He can go for it with the move rook to a8. Looks very natural, putting pressure on this bishop. But it turns out that black can actually ignore the bishop completely with the move rook over to h6. Now rook takes bishop with check. King attacks rook, and now he's threatening clear mate on this side. But right now, rook h8 suddenly shows up out of nowhere, where if you take, then suddenly e6 is happening in this position. It turns out that black can easily, after this move, rook to h8, just play rook h1 and king g2. And look, the rook is guarding the queen, the square from the queen from coming down, so you have this check and no problem. But it turns out that Topalov did not play either way, and I'm hearing that Topalov blundered. I went the wrong way there, so let me come back. And here's the position instead. Let's just refresh this board right here. And now it turns out instead of playing after queen h7, he did play rook a8, rook h6. He did not find the rook takes and the rook h8 idea at all. Instead, he played queen g2, completely removing the defense of the square b1, allowing just the simple queen b1, king f2, queen c2 check, and king to f1. And all Nakamura has to do now is just keep this position going like this and then play king to f7. And look at this position. It's a disaster for black now. This rook is threatening to come into the game. They're mating threats. The king will be safe on this side. This position is lost. This position is now completely over. Wow. And it seems as though he has actually resigned. Did he actually lose the game already? Well, we'll check that right now. Incredible. No, he hasn't stopped yet, but just an incredible development. He missed this rook h8 idea. Sometimes you just have to find the spectacular draw. He did not, and now he's going to go down in flames. Nakamura, unquestionably thrilled by this turn of events.
Indeed. Thank you, Maurice. Visual. What a beautiful move.
What a beautiful move. Rook h8.
Nice.
Wow.
So there's no mate with queen on h2.
If you find that,
yeah,
then you can do the Maxine flush.
Yeah.
There you go.
And
no win for you today.
Discovered check with e5, e6.
Wow.
That would have been sweet. Cristian, back to you. What's happening in Magnus's game?
Well, black indeed played a neutral move such as king h8, getting his king out of the light squares. And after that, white played the move queen g4, very natural move, perhaps threatening to play queen f5 and try for a queen exchange. E takes d5 again is a reinforced threat, and after that, knight e4 comes with tempo, sustained by the queen. This simply just doesn't look like black has enough compensation. I don't see his next move. Simple as that.
All right. And
look at this game of
Fabiana and MVL. Crazy things going on.
Yes.
But back to Paris for a
moment. Back to Paris, yeah.
And another crazy draw that my partner here has just looked at. Look at this variation. Please, Romain, take us away.
It looks like here, according to the engine, king g1 is the best move for white. But I've been wondering, what if queen d1 check and rook a1? It looks to me like black is completely winning. Queen e6 check and the king is just hiding. But now the engine pulls up another miracle like this rocket shades. It just goes queen takes h6 check, and he's just giving checks with a c rook to g6 from h6 to c6, and this is another draw that's good.
Amazing draw.
That may happen.
Can't run because
king g1 was played. This
all
may really
sorts of rook checks, incredible queen sacrifices. We're seeing some amazing drawing techniques. Chess, after all, with best play, ought to be a draw, but not always like this, guys.
That's a beautiful study-like draw, right? The perpetual checks along the
These
six.
positions need to go on the tactic book. Now you have rook h8. Wow, what a defense! And then, of course, queen takes a.
The players are delivering our new puzzle book, Jeremy. Playing in Paris. Wow, really, really nice. And it did look like Fabi was about to score. Yes. How cruel is that? That queen takes e6, queen takes h6 is a great bailout drawing mechanism. Remarkable. Very, very nice indeed. I love it. And again, the great battle between our two the players who were tied for second. Again, masterclass being performed by Grishuk versus Shaq. Dominating knight, bad bishop, wonderful structure for white. It's all going smoothly for Alex Grishuk, and 3 minutes. He's actually ahead on.
He's ahead on time, so
he's feeling nervous.
He must be calculating the old probabilities and say, okay.
This looks very, very, very good. There's no counterplay in the position for Shaq.
This queen on f4 covers all the
dominant queen, dominant
critical
knight.
points. I'm thinking as a good defender as well as an attacker, because there's no black can't play queen h4.
Great structure for white.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting position. Let's head to Paris, where we have Maurice and Romain.
And yet another amazing draw that was missed by a player here. In this position, it was very easy for Wesley to draw. I say easy, it's still something maybe he didn't want to do, was to take here and play this check. And we all know this pattern after takes, king up, knight check. And you have to be careful. Your king doesn't escape because of bishop to d5 check. So you go back and then just a simple draw again. We've seen this kind of repetition before. So you could have sacrificed. But he decided that his position was too good for that. right here, he's like, look at my knights. They're beautiful pieces. So instead, he decided to play the move h3. And in this position, it turns out that after one more move, Roma, knight f5 doesn't work anymore.
Exactly, and probably he had regrets. So maybe suddenly he saw it and he thought, let's do it now. But of course, now it is failing because of the check, king h7. If white goes knight f8 check, the black king is just running away, and there is no bishop d5 check here. So it seems like Wesley is just losing that game.
One small nuance, the defense of the square d5 and the king just slips out. Sometimes you've just got to find the draw, and we're hearing that Nakamura did win that game. 2 missed draws could lead to 2 losses in this competition. Sometimes you just got to find the spectacular variation that shuts the game down.
We did see a spectacular
We
variation.
did. We managed to
have
get
another result.
Yeah, we do have another result. It was a draw agreed in Fabi and Max MVR.
Thanks to the queen sacrifice
thanks to the
and the perpetual.
Yeah, poor Fabi. You know, you think,
He's
now
finally
I
back
finally got that checkmate, and then no.
And both players enjoy looking at studies, and this is a lovely one with the check along the 6th rank, perpetual, and a draw was agreed between these two combatants. Back to you, Cristian.
And it seems like Grishuk is on its way to finish his surgical procedure on Mamedyarov. In this position, after rook to e7, he played the move king f2. Again, all of his pieces are on dark squares, completely invulnerable. Bishop g6, knight takes a6, queen h1, and now if he finds this move, knight to e6 with a threat, queen to f8, queen takes e7 after rook e8, queen goes to d4 attacking checkmate. You have to retreat with a queen, and this just looks ugly. After knight takes e7, knight takes d5, all the pawns are falling. Black doesn't have any sort of counterplay. This is just going to be lights out if he finds the move knight to e6. It's important to spot that after queen h1, you don't want to take this bishop, because after queen e1, you end up on the other side of
that
of the
would
board.
be a painful reversal.
That would be
snatching.
Well, we have a Maurice in Paris who has an interview with Nakamura.
Well, absolutely big win for Hikaru Nakamura in what looked like a Donnybrook in the making. It seemed as though he had simply calmed the position down, and it should have been a draw, and then all of a sudden he misses this possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think Veselin was trying to win, actually. I think he thought he was better. And I think, in fact, he might have been very slightly better, but it's kind of double-edged, because either he comes through on the queen side, you know, he gets his rook to 8, and then he can, like, penetrate and create some threats, or I'm just in time with this queen h7, rook h6 idea that I came up with. And in the game, I think there was nothing concrete for Veselin as far as I could tell. I mean, but he just simply, I think, forgot that after this queen b1 check move, he couldn't go queen f1 because of rook h1.
Well, let's get to that position. Here you said you saw this variation takes...
King f7.
Sorry, king here,
rook
and then
h8,
rook h8.
Yeah.
And your point is that he cannot do this move, because
then I
now
just take,
you're willing
E6,
to give this
and
up.
I just go king g8. That's the only square with no checks, right?
Looks
I mean,
that way.
all the other squares allow a check.
Right, exactly. And now he can't capture here,
Right.
because suddenly you have this check winning the game.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe king e1 takes bishop f6. Maybe white can fight on. I don't really know what's going on.
Well, exchange down though.
But
he's
yeah,
not gonna
exactly.
be happy.
There's no risk. Yeah.
Instead, you said he looks
I think
like
he just forgot. He just forgot that after queen g2. I think he just forgot that he couldn't block queen f1 because of rook h1.
this tactic. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a little bit lucky, but I think I kind of deserve it after what I did in the first 2 games.
How are you feeling now with your results? Last year you had such a dominant start. Now you're still in the running with the blitz to come.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty happy with the result if I hadn't thrown away an easy draw against Maxime. I mean, in this first game, if I had just played this move, knight takes e5, it goes into some long endgame, but it should be a pretty routine draw. So other than that game, I mean, I'm pretty happy overall. But, you know, to be fair, I did get a little bit of luck early on in the event as well. So, you know, it's been up and down. I've played some good games. I've played a lot more terrible games. But, yeah, to be in the running, I guess, like, 2 points or 1 point behind Magnus going into the blitz, I think I have good chances at least. Better than I would have thought after the first round today.
Well, good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
The Blitz King, he definitely has any chances if it's all about blitz, and we'll see how he handles it as the blitz start tomorrow. Guys?
Thank you. Yeah,
and
so
it looks like Magnus has finally got his grip on the position. He's a piece to the good. I don't think the pawns are sufficient compensation. No counter mating attack against White's king. Magnus is in cruise control here in this game. Cristian.
Absolutely agree with you guys, and we're going to go back to that game in just a second. But right now we have another result on the way. Rook to, in this position between Wesley So and Karyakin. Rook to d5 was played, e4 attacking the rook, but guess what? You don't have enough time to catch my pawn. So Karyakin played the move b3, and after this, Wesley So resigned. Disappointing result.
A very
for
welcome
Wesley.
point for Sergei, who has
Right.
actually...
As our Grand Chess Tour, defending Grand Chess Tour champion of 2016, Wesley So has not had a very good rapid outing so far in Paris.
Well, yeah, if you remember last year, he dominated in the classical events. And
Indeed.
he didn't have such a great start in Paris either. But
He made up for it in Leuven,
Yes.
and then, as you say, winning the London
In
Classic,
winning the London Classic, the
he
Sinfields,
clinched
yes.
nicely in those events. And here we
Oh,
have
we
a
have a
result
result.
as well. It does look like Etienne has lost. Magnus Carlsen would be very
Yeah,
pleased
definitely.
after 2 draws.
yes, of
in
course,
this-
you know, and he stretches away. He stretches his lead.
Unless Alex Ryshik can take the full measure of Shaq. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Alex Grishuk is definitely going to finish Shaq off. I think this position is quite hopeless. I have 1, 2, 3 pawns up, and there we go. There we have it. It's over.
And we do have a handshake as 3 pawns. 3 too many, even for
3 is too many.
Shaq. Beautiful, beautiful game by Grishuk, and it's been a mixture for him. He's played at times really excellent control chess. Sometimes it got out of hand, and there was crazy
I think that
things.
was at the beginning. I mean, he seems to be improving. I think it's just adapting to the time control. But
Precisely.
You know, at the beginning there were some shaky moments. He missed a few tactics, and it got a bit wild, and he didn't quite handle the time control very well. But now.
Really,
Good.
this was a game from start to finish. He got a
Good
great,
preparation.
great edge out of the opening, and he nursed it beautifully. The dark squares control he showed, really great stuff.
It's a model game against the open locals.
Truly,
yeah.
truly. And finally, do we have a other game in progress?
Nope.
Nope.
No,
That
we
is-
are
that is
done.
it.
Wow. And I tell you, after the first 2 days of action, I thought 19 games out of 30. There's no way the players are going to keep up this pace. I think they did.
They did. They
They
did.
really
They
do.
certainly did.
Wow. Okay, Javiv.
Yeah, well, so tomorrow, of course, we start the blitz.
Over the weekend,
So, and
yeah.
so new time control in the sense that it's 5 minutes plus 3 seconds delay.
Right.
And
9 rounds.
9 rounds,
games
nine
each.
rounds per day. So we're going to look at a lot of
There'll be a
chess.
lot of
A
chess
lot of
going
chess, and
on.
it's a
There-
double round robin. So it means the players play each other with white and black, which
They'll switch colors
switch
come
colours,
Sunday.
yeah.
Very nice. And when we talk about, blitz specialists, you couldn't ask for a better field of blitz specialists. Twice
got-
world blitz champion Alexander Grishuk.
yeah, 3
in the
times
field.
I think.
Even 3
yeah,
times.
I'm not sure, but 3 times or
Number 1 ranked blitz player in the world, Magnus
we
Carlsen.
have
Number 2 ranked player,
world champion
Hikaru.
Sergei,
Sergei Karyakin, the
blitz
world
champion and blitz. Yes. So
Wow. And
So-
let's take a look at the standings
Yeah.
after this round has concluded.
And of course, Magnus Carlsen holds on to his lead with 14 points.
A slim lead, but he is there.
Yes, and in second place, Alexander Grishuk managed to leapfrog the others, and in third place, Hikaru Nakamura, 12 points.
Shaq Namidarov lost a tough one. He's still in the hunt, however, along with MDL and Wesley. He needs to come back strongly tomorrow
Yeah, for
if he's
sure.
going to be defending his title.
And the person who probably needs to win all his games in blitz will be Fabi, if he wants to do anything.
Yeah, if he were to go 9-0 tomorrow, the reality is he'll probably be like 5 points behind. He has really crawled himself into the biggest hole he's ever had. I mean, this is the worst result you can remember.
But in fairness to him, he has been getting winning positions. So if he can still maintain those winning positions, perhaps with his opponents having less time to deal with them, he'll be able to score 1 point. You know, it would be nice to see him win. This is the thing. You know, he's been so close,
right?
And it's been snatched away. I mean, even this last game, it was snatched away from him
by a study-like draw.
Beautiful repetition.
Okay, Cristian, start us off with some predictions. Who do you think is going to be the overall winner as we transit to the blitz?
Well, we couldn't have asked for a better result in the rapid. We have Magnus Carlsen, as you mentioned, #1 player on the planet, and Alexander Grishuk, who is simply an animal in blitz. He's fast, he's furious, and he just won his last 3 games, if I'm not mistaken. So he's definitely on a roll. My prediction, Alexander Grishuk to win it all.
Wow. Okay, we got controversy in the studio.
I'm going to play it safe, Magnus. You know,
I'm with the ladies. I'm always with the ladies.
I mean, he's been playing great. Absolutely great chess. You know.
And what could have been? I mean, he's just kind of let slip some other positions.
He does. I mean, he is, like you said, he's made a few mistakes, but it's rapid.
Right.
Who doesn't?
Right.
So I'm definitely with Magnus. He's got a great intuition, great feel for how the pieces should flow, and I think this is hard to match. I mean, we saw how wonderful he played in Stavanger in the Stavanger Blitz. He just dominated. This is probably the strongest tournament we've ever seen, and he just made a mockery out of the others.
Exactly, in the Blitz. And predictions from Paris.
Well, obviously, it's very easy to go with Magnus, given that he's in first place, has a bit of a lead. But Grishuk has won 4 in a row, 5 of his last 6 after making some draws early. So I might have to agree with Cristian. We're going to go with Grishuk.
Oh.
What about you? Who do you think is going to win it all?
Well, I think in the blitz itself, it would be pretty unclear. I mean, Magnus would have a slight advantage over Grishuk and Mamedyarov. But as soon as he's leading the tournament, then I believe that he's a favorite to win overall.
Well, he's clearly the favorite to win overall. The question is, what's your prediction right now? We got some Euros on the line.
My prediction is that he will win.
All right, there you go. We've got all the predictions in. Guys, back to you.
I'm going with the lady. I'm saying Magnus. It's his opponents who have to prove it. Magnus has been a little bit not perfect, but good enough, and he's undefeated.
He hasn't even been in trouble.
Correct.
And we have Maurice in Paris with an interview.
Well, we're with the king of rapids. Magnus Carlsen has taken at least that title. Not that it means anything as far as this tournament is concerned, but at least he's shown that he is indeed the best player in the world and starting off the Grand Chess Tour quite well. Magnus, you seem to have some hiccups earlier today. You didn't have really smooth performances, and this game wasn't that smooth either. It looked a little bit unclear. What was your feeling overall as the game was transpiring?
Okay, I mean, what do you want me to do? So, I mean, I take the piece, and then, I mean, of course, he hasn't done anything particularly wrong. Of course, it's not going to be lost. I mean, what do you want from me?
I don't want anything. I just want to see just chess getting played.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about, I mean, that the game wasn't smooth enough. I'm again, what do you want me to do? I mean, yeah, sure.
Oh, well.
I mean, do you want me to get a huge advantage from the opening and then to push it all the way? Is that the only way you can win a smooth game? Is that your point?
Oh, not at all, Magnus. But certainly the game was tricky enough. Let me get your thoughts on how you've done so far.
I'm just feeling that the whole, you know, the way you're approaching it is trying to belittle the whole thing. That's my only issue.
My apologies, Magnus. We definitely have respect for you as a world champion, so don't take any offense to what we're trying to say. We're just trying to do commentary. You've got this out of the way now. It's time for Blitz. Your thoughts on your rest of the tournament?
I mean, it's looking okay. Grishuk is doing extremely well, so he's he's doing well. But I'm hopeful that I can continue to win not so smooth games.
Magnus, thanks so much for your thoughts, and good luck in the rest of the games. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Testy, Magnus. I just think that he was so irritated by the first two games that it's preyed on him that
I think
he
it's
let
his
it slip.
expectations, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone, because he is the world champion, he is #1. Everyone expects him to go opening, massive advantage, win. And then they expect that formula. So of course, you know,
he holds himself to such a high standard.
Exactly.
He really doesn't like it when he lets his opponents escape, and he knows it. So he's feeling that irritation, and the fact that he doesn't have the big lead that a great performance, a performance of 3,000 carried him here.
But he has played, you know, he's had a great performance.
He really has.
I think.
But he keeps his standards so high.
Yeah, well, let's go back to Paris and see who else Maurice will be interrogating.
Well, we are with Alexander Grishuk, who has been showing incredible form. After drawing 3 games in a row, he's gone 5 out of 6. And today he indeed did have a smooth victory against Mamedyarov. This game was just a master class in how to play against the real Lopez, and the open real Lopez at that. Tell us your thoughts when you got this nice position, got a bind over all the dark squares.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy to, you know, have rock-solid position, and, okay, my thoughts was basically, Sasha, don't blunder. That was my main thought, yeah.
Well, you didn't blunder at all. You got rid of all the pieces that could be in your way, and you ended up a few pawns. But you've been on a roll. I mean, 4 games in a row after what didn't look like you were going to do that after day 1. You mentioned that you were playing such rocky chess, but it looks like you have indeed settled things down and are playing really well.
No, I'm not sure, but I mean, yeah, definitely I'm playing better than the first days. That's for sure. Yeah.
What are your thoughts about going into the blitz now? You know, we all know that you love blitz. What are your thoughts going into that now? A point behind Magnus.
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to say that being 1 point behind Magnus is like being like 3 points down to a normal person, because he has this idiotic ability to win many games in a row. So yeah, so in fact it's quite a big gap, I believe. But I mean, what can I do? I cannot control other games. I just have to play myself.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing how you handle the blitz and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Alexander Grishuk, taking care of business, definitely the hottest player at the moment in the tournament. Guys?
Thank you,
Thank
Maurice.
you, Maurice. I love that line. Sasha, don't blunder, don't blunder. This is what's fantastic about this tournament. We've seen the human, you know, these super grandmasters, you know, blunder in a human way, you know, get nervous in a human way, and like that last moment, don't blunder. Because how many times have we had a tournament we thought, don't blunder, don't mess this up.
Well, it's the syndrome of winning a 1-1 position,
Yes.
and the nice way that Alex handled the position was with all of his pieces on the dark square, super safe king. He never gave himself a chance to make an error, and he really played some great chess.
Yes.
And deserves to be in second place.
Fantastic opening.
Your final thoughts, Cristian, on this Rapids?
Well, I was very happy to see Magnus's attitude during his interview with Maurice. That tells me that my prediction is quite stable. Alex Grishuk for the win. He seems a bit shaky. He seems a bit salty, as they call it on the internet. And Alex Grishuk seems very comfortable with his position. He's going to do everything in his possibilities to win this tournament, and I think he has a real chance.
Well, I'll take the other side. I like Magnus's interview because he was feisty and angry. I liked it. I was like, I'm annoyed. What are you saying to me? What are you saying? But your thoughts before we give final thoughts to Paris?
I also
Testy
agree with
interview.
you. I like the interview. I mean, I think he's saying, he's given his message loud and clear to give me some respect, you know, because hey,
I'm
hold me
working
up.
hard.
Yeah, don't hold me up to this, you know, this God standard.
Impossible.
I'm human, you know. Whenever I win, give me respect.
Okay, Maurice, final thoughts.
Well, you know, I would never disrespect the champion, but he came in a fighting mood, and I personally love the interview as well. That's what we need in chess, some controversy, some craziness, although, you know, he might have punched me any second. I was ready to duck, bob and weave. Nevertheless, it was a very... He played real chess. He played like a boss in his last game. He was very impressive, and he made sure that he stayed within a stone's throw of Magnus. I think he's underestimating himself when he says it's a 3-point lead. This guy has been the world champion at Blitz.
Yeah, it looks like anybody except Grichuk is getting tired here. And yeah, definitely Grichuk is the big concurrent to Magnus for winning the tournament because he's, well, has been, I think, even several times world champion maybe in Blitz. Anyway, I don't agree with him that that this is like a 3 points difference. I mean, I really believe things are unclear. I believe that, well, of course, Magnus is a favorite, but indeed, Grichuk may very well win this event.
Absolutely, and don't count out one Hikaru Nakamura who managed to work some of his blitz magic today. Well, I guess it was Rapids magic, but in that time pressure against Topalov, he's also well within reach of being able to win this event. It's great. Last year, it was a 2-horse race. Now we have 3 players, and even Mamedjerov, maybe he's feisty too, trying to go into the last day. So anything could happen, and we will be here fighting it out with all the players if necessary, live from Paris. Guy?
Thank you, gentlemen. What a weekend we have in store.
Yes.
9 blitz games on Saturday,
9 blitz
on
Sunday. 5 + 3 seconds delay.
Right.
Yes.
Well, let's see our tournament standings as we get ready to close our show.
So in pole position, we have Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen on 14 points, you know, and 1 point behind him, Alexander Grichuk from Russia, and 3-time or 2-time world champion at Blitz. So quite a feisty contender there. In third place, we have Hikaru Nakamura on 12 points, you know, someone who is well known for his, in fact, he's called the Bullet King.
Right.
And then tied for 4th, we have Shakira Mamedjerov and NVL. So,
also within distance.
Yeah.
What a round, what a tournament.
What a day.
And what a weekend we have in store. I can't wait. I can't wait for tomorrow.
No, I can't either. New time control, new pace. More drama, I think.
Be sure to join us tomorrow for our live coverage of this, the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour event. Signing out from St. Louis, wishing you all a good day.
Good day, yes.